future. With the complex and enormous challenge of reducing or limiting greenhouse gas emissions, CCS technology offers at least two potential benefits. First, it can expand the portfolio of options, giving them more flexibility and more opportunity. And second, it can reduce the overall cost of mitigation. But what is the cost for CCL technology? I think some of the participants may have presented or may have some study regarding the implementing CCS technology. According to the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, they find that the estimate for the current and future costs of CCS still have significant uncertainty, especially in terms of the cost of capture and compression, which is normally the largest cost component. A number of studies based on a model projected suggest that using CCS in conjunction with other technology options, such as increasing the efficiency of energy conversion, switching to less carbon-intensive fuels, and using more renewable energy sources could significantly reduce the cost of stabilizing atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide. In addition to economic and technical challenges, the potential user of CCS technology will need to consider the health, safety, environmental, and legal concern, as well as the public perception. Some of the key barriers and risks that would have to be addressed may include the potential leakage during capture, transport, and storage, and environmental impacts, as well as public skepticism. At present, we know that some general public may be not well informed about the CCS technology. Please allow me to provide a view on the plan to offer its carbon storage capacity to, for example, to other countries. In one side, it can be seen as a strategic effort to contribute to reducing carbon emission at the regional level, which also shows Indonesia's commitment to continue its effort to combat global climate change and environmental issues. However, several issues that must be addressed in plan for further development in the CCS initiative include potential environmental impacts of long-term carbon storage underground, such as leakage, risks of the health that may arise from leakage of stored carbon dioxide from soil water contamination, negative impacts of biological ecosystem, society as a result of leakage of or other events during the underground carbon storage and development of CCS infrastructure. And in terms of health, security, and environmental issue is always the concern under the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Based on the above consideration, the implementation of policy related with CCS should be carried out carefully to ensure that this do not have a negative impact on the environment, ecosystem, and society. In this regard, we recommend that the CCS development should be carried out in a safe manner, not disturbing water source and soil quality, and considering the protection of environmental and ecosystem. CCF project can be prioritized in areas that have experienced degradation rather than healthy forest area, taking into account the potential impact of the environmental and human health. Distinguished speaker, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in this endeavor, collaborative approach can be our beacon. The government, industry, stakeholders, and the community research institutions coming together can foster an ecosystem of innovation where sustainable solutions are not only encouraged but actively pursued. Tight ministerial collaboration, coupled with broader stakeholder engagement, can pave the way for an energy sector that is not only economically robust but also environmentally resilient. Through those collaborations, we can share expertise, resources, and vision. And by combining the strength, we can ensure that carbon market implementation not only runs smoothly, but also has impact. And shared responsibility will result in shared success, which is not only benefit each sector, but also the country as a whole. Distinguished speaker, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in the present landscape, the upstream oil and gas sector stand as a pillar of our economy, but with it comes a great responsibility. It is imperative to limit carbon emissions significantly. We need to adopt policies that encourage revolutionary practices and technological advancement while also safeguarding our environment. Green exploration and production policy need to be encouraged. This policy need to adopt the less carbon intensive exploration and extraction technique, fostering a cleaner and more sustainable upstream sector. And the regulatory support for transitioning low carbon technology by providing incentive and support for the incorporation of low carbon technology with direct sector toward a path of reducing emission and increase efficiency. Carbon pricing and trading through the establishment of carbon market that already start, and that appropriately with appropriate price carbon emission, fostering a competitive market where sustainability is not just an obligation but a pathway to economic gains. Of course, renewable energy transition policy that facilitates a smooth transition toward renewable energy sources, harnessing the power of, for example, wind, solar, and hydroelectric resources can exponentially reduce our carbon emission while securing a sustainable energy future. And of course, research and development, which also have the potential to support the implementation of low carbon technology in oil and gas sector. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let us envision an Indonesian that leads not just in economic, but also in environmental stewardship. Let us take action to break boundaries, steering our energy sector toward a path that is greener and more sustainable. Through collaboration, innovations, and of course with education, we can indeed shape our energy sector that is not just a source of power, but a beacon of hope, a testimony to a future where prosperity and sustainability coexist in harmony. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Haruni Krisnawati, delivering the keynote speech from the Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Siti Nurbaya.
And for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, we are still waiting for the arrival of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia.
We welcome the esteemed Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, to the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
Thank you for your presence, sir. We are deeply honored to have you here today as we embark on this significant event.
Once again, we welcome Your Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif to the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
And for the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, it is with our greatest pleasure to welcome the Indonesian keynote speaker of Day 2 with the topic of Indonesia's energy security on the rise. A warm welcome to oil and gas players. Please welcome the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif.
We invite His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif to deliver the keynote speech.
Chairman of IOG Migas, Pak Dwi Sucipto, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to express my appreciation to IOG Migas to organize this event. It is a great pleasure for me to participate and share my vision on Indonesia's energy security. On a rise, a warm welcome to oil and gas players. The present worldwide trend leans towards adopting cleaner and renewable energy sources. This trend raises inquiries about the future of the upstream oil and gas sectors. According to BP Energy Outlook, total final consumption, including oil and gas, peaks in the mid to late 2020s in accelerated and net zero scenarios. Then by 2050, final energy consumption will be between 15 to 30% below 2019 levels. In contrast, in new momentum scenario, which reflect current world energy system, total final consumption increases until around 2040, after which it broadly plateaus with energy consumption in 2050 around 10% above 2019 levels. In these three scenarios, such accelerated, net zero, and new momentum, oil and gas are still utilized up to 2050, even though its direct use declines due to energy efficiency improvement, decarbonization, and electrification program generated from new and renewable energy. For Indonesia, during the transition towards net zero emission by 2060, oil and gas will continue to play a pivotal role in securing energy supply, particularly in the transportation and power plant. Gas will be used to bridge to 100% the application of renewable energy generation. Nevertheless, the upstream oil and gas industry must implement strategies to reduce emission, including clean energy technology deployment, such as CCS and CCUS. To meet oil and gas demand, Indonesia is currently focusing its efforts on exploring oil and gas basins by considering that Indonesia still holds abundant untapped oil and gas reserves. Out of 128 hydrocarbon basins, 68 remain entirely unexplored. The Indonesian government is strongly committed to accelerate the development of these untapped oil and gas reserves. Commencing this year, we are promoting additional new oil and gas working areas annually, so investors can participate through bidding process or directly negotiate with government. Taking the advantage of this convention today, the third Indonesian bidding round will be announced to reach more investment in discovered resources and new opportunities in open areas and some targeted areas of interest. Most importantly, the government is offering new working areas with more attractive terms and conditions, including improvements in the equity split between the government and contractors, enabling contractors to secure a share exceeding 50%. Flexible contractual schemes applicable to both cost recoveries and gross split arrangements for conventional and non-conventional activities. A 10% shareable portion of the first tranche petroleum. Domestic market obligation with 100% ICP through the PSC period. Tax facilities during exploration and exploitation stages. We also provide incentives, including investment credit and accelerated depreciation. There will be easy access to data through the membership mechanism in the Migas data repository. The government has continuously made efforts to create a favorable investment climate. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Ministry of Finance, and SKK Migas are in the final stage of revising Government Regulation number 27 and number 53 in 2017. This revision aims to enhance the economic viability of oil and gas projects. The government has also established ministerial regulation regarding CCS in upstream oil and gas activities. The regulation encompasses as technical, business, legal, and economic aspects. This demonstrates the government's commitment to create a low-emission oil and gas sector while concurrently promoting increased oil and gases production. Currently, there are 15 CCS projects in the various stage. Most areas targeted will be on stream by 2030. We estimate investment about $7 to $8 billion. Additionally, in response to the escalating domestic demand, the government is actively pursuing the expansion of gas infrastructure to facilitate the seamless integration of supply and demand. With the potential for domestic gas supply, there is a need for a natural gas downstream plant in proximity location, including a plan to build a fertilizer plant in eastern Indonesia, such as Fakfak and also at Tanimbar, Somlaki. In concluding my address, I would like to stress the vital importance of increased international collaboration and partnership involving various stakeholders in addressing the dual challenge of meeting energy demand while reducing the emissions. I call upon all participants in International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2023 to actively contribute during these 3 days. I encourage this forum to prioritize the development of practical solutions to enhance investment, reserve, and oil and gas production. Thank you and all the best for you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We beg you to stay on stage, Bapak Arifin Tasrif, as we will be proceeding with the signings, and His Excellency will be witnessing the signings that will be conducted today. Once again, we thank the Minister, Bapak Arifin Tasrif, for delivering the keynote speech for our event for today. And we will be proceeding with the signings.
And for that, we would like to also invite the Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, to join us on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in the pivotal moment in our event. Today, we witnessed the formal signing of 3 new production sharing contracts that are set to shape the future of the Akia, Beluga, and Benggara 1 work areas.
Now it is with great anticipation that we invite the representatives of the parties involved to step forward and sign these 3 new production sharing contracts. We invite on stage the Director Armada Akia BV, Mr. Ganapati Srihari Rama Ayer,
The authorized representative of Pexco Tarakan NV, Bapak Yusak Herianto Setiawan,
Direktur PT Medco Energi Beluga, Bapak Ronald Gunawan,
and Direktur PT Textile Energi Benggara Indonesia, Bapak Ibrahim Al-Etere. Please come on stage, gentlemen, and take your places.
Parties taking part in the signing are on stage, and Bapak Arifin Tasrif will be witnessing the signing. Our first agreement, the Akia production sharing contract, which will be signed by Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, and Direktur Armada Akia BV, Mr. Ganapati Srihari Rama Ayer, and authorized representative Pexco Tarakan NV, Bapak Yusak Herianto Setiawan.
Whenever you're ready, gentlemen, you may place your signature on the document.
Gentlemen, you may sign. I guess there's a special arrangement to get a better picture of this moment.
Yes. It's a moment to capture together.
So once again, this is the first agreement, the Akia production sharing contract.
And whenever you're ready, gentlemen, you may sign the documents in front of you. Can we give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this first agreement in the second day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
This is the first agreement signed. I guess we have time for a photo. And we'll wait for the minister to also as a witness of this signing.
And ladies and gentlemen, for this first agreement, it is located in offshore North Kalimantan. The contractors are Armada Akia BV, Pexco Tarakan NV.
The firm commitment for exploration consists of 3 GNG study and 750 square kilometers 3D seismic acquisition and processing with a total investment of $7.7 million and signature bonus of $500,000 US.
And for our second signing, the production sharing contract production signed by Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, and the Director of PT Medco Energi Beluga, Bapak Ronald Gunawan. And let's capture this moment together again. A little insight for the second agreement. This production sharing contract is the Beluga production sharing contract located in the offshore West Natuna with the contractor PT Medco Energi Beluga.
This firm commitment for exploration including 2 G2G study and 1 exploratory well with a total investment of $8 million and signing bonus of 100,000. The third production sharing contract is the Bangara 1 production sharing contract between SKK Migas. Here we have the Bapak Diskusi and Direktur PT Tekstil Energi Tenggara Indonesia, Bapak Ibrahim Al-Antara. Thank you very much, representatives.
Can we give another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the first 3 agreements of the day? What an optimistic morning for all of us here.
Yes.
Once again, thank you to all the representatives, and thank you again to Your Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, for witnessing these monumental signings.
And now we will kindly invite His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif to proceed to booth tour arrangement outside this main room towards the exhibition area located at the foyer area. We thank very much Bapak Arifin Tasrif for witnessing the signing and also delivering his keynote speech in our event this morning. Now we've read 2 of the agreements. The third agreement, actually, the production sharing agreement, is located on the onshore North Kalimantan with the contractor. Here is PT Tekstil Energi Bangara Indonesia, and the firm commitment for exploration including 2 GNG study and 1 exploratory well with a total investment of $6.5 million and signature bonus of $50,000.
So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, how this event is such a celebration to potential and momentous occasions.
And we've talked about collaboration as well yesterday on day 1. And we've seen also 16, I think 17 signings yesterday. And we will be seeing more or witnessing more signings happening today in the course of our day on day 2. Therefore, we invite you to stay with us also for the concurrent sessions, which has been proven yesterday, been very insightful. We've seen very lively interactions as well with those here witnessing the panel discussions as well. And we would like to invite you to also engage in our discussions that will take place throughout the day.
And continuing the agendas to those enlightening occasions and discussions, ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the incredible insights by our keynote speakers, we will now listen to our distinguished panelists discuss the topic of unlocking opportunities in Indonesia's dynamic oil and gas investment landscape.
Now, as we delve deeper into our discussions today, it is imperative to recognize that we are on the threshold of unlocking remarkable opportunity in Indonesia's dynamic oil and gas investment landscape.
Our panelists are poised to shed light on these prospects and guide us towards a more insightful understanding of the future that awaits. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's transition into our engaging panel discussion. And to moderate this session, please welcome Mr. Najib Jafar, VP and Head of Southeast Asia and South Asia Sales of Freestyle Energy.
And to introduce our panelists, we have Bapak Kurnia Khairi, Deputy of Finance and Commercialization SKK Migas. Also, we have Bapak Febri Calvin Teteleta, Deputy 1 of the Presidential Staff Office, which will be represented by Bapak Ageng Suryonugroho, Senior Energy Advisor, the Executive Office of the President.
And also, Mr. Roberto Daniel, Managing Director, Eni Muara Bakau BV, and Mr. Roberto Lorato, Director and Chief Executive Officer of Medco Energy International. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big, warm applause for our panelists and moderator in our first panel discussion.
Najib Jafar, the stage is yours.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu peserta IOG yang keempat tahun 2023. Thank you for joining us in this panel 3 session entitled Unlocking Opportunities in Indonesia's Dynamic Oil and Gas Investment Landscape. So I hope everyone is still in full spirit today and on this second day of the event and ready to listen with an open mind as we dive into this very important subject of investment. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, in the previous panel, we have listened to the ENP's portfolio and the vast opportunities in the development and also exploration sector in Indonesia. And in this panel, we will be discussing specifically on the investment landscape. So investment landscape of the IOCs amidst this ambitious energy transition will be very important and how this represents opportunities in unlocking investment in Indonesia. So as you know, Indonesia is competing with the other countries to increase the attractiveness of oil and gas investment during this energy transition period. And even though Indonesia, like any other country, is progressing towards net zero emission, oil and gas investment will still play an important role in meeting the energy needs of the country. So this panel will address the issues and challenges for upstream investment, as well as to address the role of the different energy stakeholders in advancing the oil and gas investment landscape of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored today to have 4 highly distinguished panelists who needs no introduction really and very experienced in the oil and gas investment and also financial landscape of Indonesia. First, I would like to introduce Pak Hageng Suryo Nugroho, who is the Senior Energy Advisor and Tenaga Ahli for the Executive Office of the President or KSP. And then we have Pak Roberto Daniele, who is the Director of Eni Muara Bakau BV. And thirdly, we have Pak Roberto Lorato, who is the Director and CEO of PT Medco Energy International. And last but not least, we have Bapak Kurnia Khairi, who is the Deputy of Finance and Commercialization of SKK Migas. And I'm Najib Jafar from Rystad Energy, and I'll be the moderator today. So without further ado, let's dive straight into the first question, going to Pak Roberto Lorato. So Pak Roberto, as someone who has spent someone who has huge experience in the oil and gas industry in the region, especially Indonesia, you've been leading different companies for the last 2 decades, Pak. How do you think Southeast Asian oil and gas investment landscape has evolved over the years, and what challenges have you observed in attracting investment in the recent market condition? Pak Roberto, please.
Thank you, Najib, and good morning, everyone. When someone says you have a huge experience, it usually means you've been around for a long time, maybe too long. In my case, I've been in this part of the world for over 20 years now. Trying to put together some notes, had to come to the conclusion actually a lot of things have changed in terms of the energy landscape in the region where we live here. But let me try to summarize with 3 key trends, I think, that in my mind have occurred. Number 1, a reduction of the presence of the footprint of large international oil companies. Number 2, in parallel, an increased role and presence of national oil companies like Pertamina, PTT, Petronas. And number 3, the emergence of some new regionally focused players. On the first aspect, the question to ask is why have international oil companies reduced their exposure to Southeast Asia? I think the first wave was, US companies live in this part of the world because of a relatively mature business, and for them better opportunities in areas like Africa, North America, the big shale revolution, of course. So that, I think, explains why the rationale for some large oil US companies reducing their presence or even exiting altogether. The second wave we have seen happening more recently is also some international European companies reducing the presence here. But in this case, the rationale, the motivation seems to be more driven by the emerging of ESG-related climate change policies and pressure, which are sort of encourage them to review and reposition their portfolio around the world. E&I is an exception, of course. And third, the emergence of some regional players. Of course, when you see these dynamics, large oil companies leaving, this creates opportunities for regionally focused players. And this was the case for Medco Energy. We saw this opportunity back 10 years ago. We started, I wouldn't say aggressive, but certainly a very proactive strategy of growing through acquisitions. So not just organic growth, but a lot of inorganic M&A acquisitions to strengthen and increase our oil and gas business. In parallel, however, we also recognize the emergence of new factors like the climate change, let's call it the energy transition towards lower carbon sources of energy. And therefore, we started investing quite substantially in power generation and power generation through geothermal, more recently solar. And that is the second leg of Medco Energy today. And then there's a third leg, which is a very large investment in mining, in copper, in fact. Back in 2016, we saw an opportunity to acquire all of the ex-Newmont assets in Indonesia. And those assets being really about copper mainly, we saw this and we made this as part of our strategy to become an energy company, not just an oil and gas company, but an energy company with a progressive, increasing focus towards the energy and the minerals that are going to be required to support the increasing global electrification.
Thank you very much, Pak Roberto. Based on this, Pak Kurnia, for you, please. Based on this observation or landscape challenges that Pak Roberto has described, Pak, could you share how Indonesia, especially SKK Migas, is responding to this new project evaluation or consideration as international oil companies adapt to the energy transition targets? And what opportunities do you see emerging from these challenges that we are facing, Pak? Pak Kurnia, silakan.
Thank you, Pak Najib. Ladies and gentlemen, I think currently we have an issue in the worldwide of oil and gas supply. It will be affected by two factors. The first one is the geopolitical tension, and the second one is the need or improvement of energy transition to cutting the emission. And in the context of Indonesia, especially to reduce emission, actually there are two main approaches to cutting that kind of emission. So reducing economic activity, or we implement industry-specific measure to mitigate the emission. And regarding to the how Indonesia or SKK Migas is responding to the new project evaluation, I think we in SKK Migas has been actively collaborate and responding to the evolving landscape of the energy sector, particularly as an international oil company adapt to energy transition. So we are embracing the energy transition. We are taking steps to encourage the diversification of the energy mix, including increased investment in renewable energy projects. We respond also to the issuance of Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Regulation number 2, 2023, that already Pak Menteri mentioned in the previous speech. Now SKK Migas is proactively engaged in the formulation of the new regulation and guidelines. We are now in the final stage of formulating procedure for the implementation of CCS and CCUS. We are aware that the regulation currently could observe CCUS project. However, in our new regulation in SKK, we will try to also consider the CCS implementation. That's what I said. We are now in the final stage of the formulation of the regulation. And SKK Migas also very active to revise the regulatory framework that we concern, and we think it will be very important to attract the investment, especially the IOC, International Oil Company, to stay and invest in oil and gas sector in Indonesia. Yeah. As Pak Menteri said before, actually now we propose or offer at least 7 new term and conditions. Yeah. New term and condition in oil and gas contract. So this effort, I think, will provide opportunities for oil and gas company, especially while we embrace the energy transition concept into the practice. By aligning their strategies, I think oil and gas companies can play a pivotal role in Indonesia's sustainable energy future, while also addressing the challenge posed by the energy transition. I think that's my answer.
Thank you, Pak Kurnia. And still in this subject of challenges related to energy transition, I'm looking at you, Pak Daniele. Eni is one of the super majors that has taken several measures to fulfill obligations, what you call as a just transition. Could you provide some examples of successful strategies employed by Eni, and perhaps other international oil companies that you have observed to align their project evaluation with the energy transition goals? And how can these strategies be adapted in the context of Indonesia, Pak? Silakan, Pak.
Thank you very much. I was actually trying to read your lips because the noise is very bad. I cannot understand it.
Just before that, but can we just check if everyone can hear to what we are saying up here? Okay, can we get a thumbs up from the other side? Okay, I think it's probably...
Yeah, probably we need these speakers to be...
Yeah,
exactly. Not clearly hear the voice. Yeah, we are here on the stage.
Okay.
Anyway, I think I understood the question.
Questions? Oh, okay, right. Please, Pak Daniele.
So energy transition, I think, is the subject of all the industry nowadays. I can see that most of the companies are taking more or less the same direction. I would say Eni started long ago, especially in the gas production. I recall at least 15 years ago, we were pioneers in Africa country, for instance, in the gas production, shifting our portfolio into gas, providing gas to local market, power plants, and so on. So the transition mean, which is nowadays recognized to be the gas, Eni started long ago, so we have good expertise, and we believed at that time, even strongly today, that that is the transition mean to achieve the net zero and the full implementation of renewable energies. So it's a path, it's a complex path. Diversification is fundamental, so we need to start investing in different technology. Collaboration with universities is fundamental. ENI is very much focused on nuclear fusion, for instance, which we really believe will make a big step change, hopefully in the next future. But there are thousands of other projects. ENI was very much focused in the past decade at least in also developing research, internal research. We have over 7,000 proprietary patents, which some of them are very closely related to the transition. So again, it's like moving, in a very innovative on the side, consolidation of what is existing with effort to gas, and moving, in parallel until the total transaction could be complete. Of course, this is already implying, even in the oil and gas, a different approach, very much more selective in the choosing the project, very much focused on gas. We always believe in a growth, in an industrial growth. Exploration is a key element for us. We achieved very good results. I think we are one of the best oil and gas company in results for in exploration. And as presented even yesterday from the head of the region, all projects today are fully net zero. They have to be. So again, it's a long path. It will be an interesting journey.
It is a long path indeed. So, Pak Hageng, straight to you, Pak. KSP have played a very significant role in monitoring and evaluating different strategic projects of the country, Pak. Especially in the oil and gas industry, you listen and you mediate issues with IOCs in the country. Can you share your view how the government of Indonesia plans to strategically encourage a sustainable oil and gas investment for foreign companies, while again, similarly, supporting the energy transition goals? Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, Najib. That was the tough question. We made it a bit longer answer. So first of all, I would like to say about the global demands on the oil and gas. The global trend is always increasing, and during the last 5 or 4 years, and also it is also reflected in domestic demands. Within that, we also see we have potential, as Menteri mentioned this morning. We have many potential on natural resources, especially on oil and gas, to be explored. To sufficiently put the high demands on the domestic and also to open wide the investment in global, I think we are now running the strategy of growing. As we understood, there are 3 strategies that, based on the Wood Mackenzie's report just now, right, September 2023, there are 3 possible taken by any government in the countries. The first one is harvesting. If we choose harvesting, then we take all the profit up from oil and gas to now. So we put high tax and also no more royalty and reduce the investment allowance. And the second chance is transition strategy. This will touch the allocating fossil fuels to shift to clean energy, such as decarbonization, carbon capture storage, and finding new renewable resources like hydrogen. It's partly usually taken by the country who has no reach of natural resources. So it might be said, you can see some countries that goes to hydrogen and find other things. The third one is the growth strategy. The strategy encourages fossil fuel production and energy transition growth simultaneously, I said parallelly, giving competitive incentive, royalty, rates, and allowance. So, to invite, to open wide the investment in Indonesia, we are confidently saying that Indonesia taking the growth strategy. This is what I say, okay? This is why, as we remember yesterday, Minister of Finance said that we have appropriate fiscal and we have potential natural resources, especially in oil and gas. And also we have high domestic demand, which is we urgently need to be sufficient. And also we have our own target, like 1 billion barrel per day. Okay, I would say a bit further. In fact, we are now seeing that Indonesia has put commitment to lowering emission, like 42.8% by with assistance from outside country and 31.2% without unconditional. So in the meantime, we also seen that Indonesia also seriously maintain the lowering energy. The carbon emission decline and also climate change commitment is also dynamics. As you were probably a couple of years ago, we have seen the government commitment like 28 and 31 and now 20, now it's increasing by 28 to 42. And also it's also seen that in reality, just last year, in the G20 presidency, our government led and announced, declared for the energy transition mechanism. And this year, in the Asian summit, we are leading, we are committed to lead the EV ecosystem, electric vehicle ecosystem. So therefore, I see those are the proof that we are running growth strategy. See? Last, I would like to underline what Ministers of Finance mentioned yesterday. The government will apply flexible fiscal policy and open-minded working collaboration to reach our bigger goals in 1 million barrel per day. Are those successful programs commitment because of the government done something good? No, I don't think so, because its governments only put regulations, giving incentive, encourage people, respond positively to support government objective. The government always need collaborations from industries and investors like you. I would say that please applause for all of you.
Thank you very much, Pak. Yeah, I mean, the target is there. It requires a collaboration by all parties indeed. So it's just not only one-sided, it's just not the government providing incentives, but also the role of the different companies in getting to this target. So Pak Kurnia, let's just switch gear a little bit, Pak. We have observed a number of oil and gas independent companies and a few others joining the oil and gas scene in Southeast Asia, and some in Indonesia too. So the likes of Velura, Criterium, even Medco is expanding investment as well. How do you observe the regulatory landscape, or let me just reword it. How is the regulatory landscape adapt to accommodate the growth of these oil and gas independent companies? What has changed in the past few years to support this growing trend of independence entering this scene, Pak?
Yeah, I think the basic concept when we define or formulate the PSG, plan of development, and then we discuss with the contractor, that we try to get the economic result of the project, economic return of the project. That is the main consideration. That's why we trying to formulate it with certain criteria. Yeah. So the basic consideration is the economic return, and we discuss with the contractor. That's why the regulatory landscape, it will follow the objection. Yeah. What we observed before, that Pak Menteri state 7 term and condition new term and condition, that the regulatory landscape in Indonesia, at least we give, for example, more generous split up to about 50%, and also there is a flexibility contractual scheme, so you can choose whether you use cost recovery or gross split, and maybe you will convert a cost with the certain consideration also. Yeah. And FTP, yeah, first trans petroleum, we give 10% shareable portion, and also no ceiling for cost, for the cost recovery. I think you all know also in several countries give the ceiling for the cost. For in Indonesia, there is no ceiling. Domestic market obligation, DMO price, yeah, with 100% of ICP during the entire PSC period. I think it will also affect the economic result of the project. And the extensive of tax benefit during exploration and then until exploitation. Yeah, I think that incentive, including investment credit and accelerated depreciation, will give more better economic result of the project, because we concerned about the economic result. And the other one, also important to ensure that the activity will smooth, is how we could simplify the permitting and license process. Yeah, to facilitate the entry of independent players, the government, I think, has streamlined permitting process. We know before maybe we have more than 300 or 200, yeah, but now it already reduced significantly. We reduce bureaucratic hurdles and timeline for approvals related to exploration, drilling, and production activities. And the most important one, I think, about collaboration opportunities. Yeah. Independent oil companies are encouraged to form partnership and alliance with government-owned enterprise. So we hope that this strategic collaboration enable them to tap into local expertise and resources, and also we could get the transfer of technology, yeah, all while sharing the risk associated with oil exploration and production alongside the government state-owned firm. And the other one, we also encourage technology transfer and the development of local content to boost domestic capabilities and reduce dependence on foreign expertise. Yeah. I think the foreign expertise is very important, since now we see the trend of the new renewable, and they shift to invest in renewable energy. So I think independent player with this kind of activities are incentivized to contribute to this effort.
Pak Roberto, on the same subject of the growth of independent players in the region, can you share in your view the factors driving this increasing investment of oil and gas independence company in the Southeast Asia oil and gas sector, and how do you think they can contribute to the energy goals of the region? Pak Roberto, what do you think?
I think we have, in the last few years, we have observed the emergence of regional independent players in different parts of the world. We've seen that in Europe, US, Southeast Asia, and I'm not an expert. I don't really have sufficient explanation of all the dynamics in Europe, for example. in Southeast Asia, my observation is that the more you shift towards gas, the more you need as a company to understand and be really involved and engaged in activities on the ground. Commercializing gas is more complicated than oil. You need to develop infrastructure, you need to manage infrastructure, but especially you need to have a much deeper understanding of the local markets. So that, I think, is forcing players that want to play in this arena to sort of focus and regionalize, because you need to acquire specific knowledge of those markets. And then, of course, also understand how you can leverage on local skills. Right? I mean, Indonesia is a very good example. I mean, the quality and the level of local skills national workforce has much increased. So you need to try and combine those elements. So from my own perspective in this area, the shift towards gas forces those players to really look at the local elements, the local dynamics to be successful.
What do you think, Pak Daniele, on the same question? What do you think the other factors that are driving the increased investment of independent players in the region, Pak Daniele? Any comments on that?
Not sure I understood totally, but I will guess. About investment in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, independent investment.
I can for sure tell you the vision of ENI in the investment and the environment of Indonesia. We believe that Indonesia is a great market, a great country to invest in, and it's located in a perfect area, as we were discussing now. I mean, Southeast Asia is the center, and it will be more and more the center of the economy in the world. ENI is putting a lot of effort in this. I may say that nowadays Indonesia for ENI is at the top 3 countries for exploration, and I would say generally in the top 5 countries, with an increasing focus. We have a very aggressive plan of exploration in the next 4 years, 1 to 1.5 wells per year. Seismic acquisition, we have recently acquired a new block, the Perimakam, together with Pertamina. We really do believe in an organic growth in gas in Indonesia, being, again, a very much mature country in terms of the oil and gas industry, more than 130 years. Of course, there are things which may be improved, no doubt. The effort shown by the government is strong. We had Minister of Energy today, yesterday the Minister of Finance, which she had a great speech, and she gave us as well. We don't have such a wide view about the issue the countries are facing in this different economic environment nowadays. But the effort is there, no doubt. Together with the IPA, we have done many proposals in the white paper, which I believe will support the government in writing the new law, oil and gas law. So I believe that Indonesia is a very good place to be and to invest. So I confirm what Roberto said. Yes, we are an exception. We will stay long.
Indonesia is a great place, and I guess then I would look at you now, Pak Hageng. Can you share again your role, your efforts as part of the government to attract this or to boost this encouraging trends of companies going to Indonesia, and how, in your role or the government per se, how do you attract capital for the infrastructure development related to the energy sector, Pak? Yeah.
Well, I believe we have indicators internationally standard that use for countries' readiness to be invested. The first one is stability, and the second one, supply chain efficiency. The third one, public trust. For the first indicator, stability, we knew that the EIU's Indonesian Democracy Index ranked 54 out of 164 countries. Means that we are pretty much democratic country. Ministry of Religion Index, religiously harmony in Indonesia, is at 73.84%. Means that Indonesia has hundreds of tribes, more than 5 religions and beliefs. The tolerance and harmony is still in place. The third one, for business certainty, Indonesia ease of doing business index is currently ranked 73 out of 190 countries. The second indicator, supply chains. I would say that efficiency improved. It's reflected massive infrastructure development in Indonesia. It has been well proven to reduce the logistic costs. The third indicator, public trust. This is what we are here also surprised. We gain 82% public trust. It means that the international firm trust Indonesia, another positive manifestation that built just not only gimmick, but it is there. To add that, there are two main principles that we are always emphasize to attract the investment. First is the easiness. The second one is certainty. For the easiness, we are now opening the online submission, online single submission, which is running by Minister of Investment. And we opened 250 public service investment mall. And the second one is the certainty. We are just launched the regulation on omnibus law, regulation number 11 by 2020. I assume those three indicators as mechanism are enough to convince anyone to open investment and guarantee it for stability and sustainability. That's my assumption. See? And probably, as we heard, Roberto also mentioned that he's been invested in Indonesia for 20 years and 30 years, and it's been going well. So there's nothing, some radicals changing, in fact, on the policies. I think, again, we need all of you, and applause for all of you.
Thank you, Pak Hageng. But while I have you, Pak, the election is coming next year, early of the year in February. What do you think? Will there be any changes to the investment landscape? Or are we still looking at the same encouraging trend in Indonesia?
This is very interesting questions. And everyone keep asking us about this. Speaking about election, it is historically every 5 years we have held president elections. And historically recorded that we always answer two essential aspects. The first one is security, and the second one is economic stability. We are also record that for the last 20 years, all the president elections has been held smooth without no political intention. We know there will be political tension in the upcoming years near the election. Is because it's only among the parties, among the candidates probably, but not really on the ground. And related to security, first one, prior election, we have prepared some mitigation action. For example, regulation on campaigns, regulation on fundraising, and also regulation on calculation of methodology calculation. And on the ground, there are several actions taken, such as to secure election booth voting paper, and cybersecurity. I'll be a bit detailed. In economic stability, annually, the Ministry of Finance has allocating proper budget to keep the national program running. So, while even the Minister of Finance allocating the budget for the election, the Minister of Finance also allocating the budget for ministries, for others to stay business as usual. And we might wondering a bit further, I mean, how about the continuity of the current national programs or current policy? If they have changing in presidency or government. In this forum, I will underline that there won't be drastic changes. There won't be drastic changes. There won't be unpredicted policies. The reason are, if we see all the three candidates, they are all well-educated persons. I will say one by one. Anies Baswedan, he got doctoral degree from US and has former Minister of Education. He has been working with the government. The second one, Ganjar Pranowo, got his degree in Gajah Mada University, acting as government of Central Java. And now he's the head of AGM, University of Gajah Mada alumni. The third one, Prabowo Subianto, is a well-respected Army general, has several military courses abroad, and currently acting as different ministries. Looking at those backgrounds and also the experience working for the governments, I think I have confidence and I believe that those candidates will not put this country into difficult situations. They all have a good intention for this country, first. And secondly, I would say that they are the people who are well educated. They are aware of what happened internationally. They are aware of what is happening globally. I think they know about energy security. They all knew about the SDGs and even the development of the new capital city. So sometimes, yeah, we have confidence because all of those programs we have put into the law.
Yeah.
If you want to make a big change, then you need to revise the law. To revise the law, you need to convince the parliament. That will take time.
Yeah.
And also, so there won't be sudden, drastically changes in the government policy. In short, investment are still welcome. I think that our investment relations keep increasing every year. And to be honest, we have a goal to be the rank 6 of GDP by 2045.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Hageng, with that including a breath of optimism. Let's talk a little bit about M&A, Pak Roberto. Pak Roberto Lorato, can you share with us your view on how can companies navigate the M&A strategy in an environment where financiers and stakeholders are increasingly imposing stringent ESG regulations and criteria? What do you think, Pak Roberto?
Well, it's a big one. It's how to attract money for your investments or M&A operations in an environment we are under increasing scrutiny because of climate change-related policies. Well, first of all, you have to recognize the size and the nature of the problem. The reality is that ESG is having increasing impact on investment decisions globally, really, for all industries. Now, we as oil and gas industry, because of the nature and because of what we produce, hydrocarbons, we are under even stricter scrutiny by those financiers, by those funds. what I actually seen that many, not all, but many financiers today put an equal emphasis on ESG related matters as they do on your technical and operational capabilities. So they're sort of almost equal. And therefore this is just, you know, the background that you need to take into consideration. Another element, of course, is to understand, to have a common language of what do we mean by ESG. ESG is not just about decarbonization. ESG really is about good safety management, good HSE performance, emission reductions, of course, good corporate and social responsibility. So when financiers today try to attach a rating to your company based on your ESG performance, it's a very complex exercise that requires a lot of internal processes, monitoring, and a all new breed of auditors, really. When you talk to the new ESG auditors like MSCI, Sustainalytics, CTP, it is a new and complex language. So having realized all of this, what we did was to establish a ESG team a few years back, as many other companies, of course. But then, what we also did more recently, the last 2 or 3 years, we started having regular roadshows where our ESG team goes around the world to meet the many investors we have in Asia, US, Europe, to meet with the ESG teams of the investors so that we understand the expectations and we explain what we are trying to do and we are trying to achieve. So really the first challenge is to establish a common language and a common understanding. And then, of course, you elaborate your climate change strategy, as many companies, most companies have. The climate change strategy may change depending on your particular situation and the area of the world where you operate. But in general, again, the framework is very often quite common. So I would say generally we have 3 pillars. It's about emission reductions in terms of emissions abatement, reduction of your emission profile by moving towards lower carbon energy fuel, or increase in renewables investments. That's the first pillar. Renewables, and then a third pillar that actually we've seen is increasingly a concern to finances is recognizing the threats posed by climate change. What are the risks that the climate change is imposing on your business and even on your facilities? And so you have to create all sort of really monitoring, redesign of the way you operate and the facilities that you operate. And all of this is eventually brought into line. I think if you do your homework, eventually, and sometimes is a complex conversation, people will understand. And I think we've been rather successful, especially in the last 2 years. We've seen our ESG ratings increasing, improving systematically, but especially we have seen a much greater level of comfort when we talk to our investors about what we are doing and why they should give us trust to spend and invest their money. Again, investors are finally becoming, I think, a little bit more realistic and realizing that different parts of the world will be moving towards net zero at a different pace. Europe is going to be faster because they got more physical and non-physical infrastructure in place. America will follow. Asia, of course, developing countries are starting from a lower base of emissions, from a lower base of energy consumptions, and for them, in order to catch up and aim to a similar lifestyle as the developed countries, they will require to inevitably to utilize and consume not just more energy, but more hydrocarbons-related energy. So this is a process which is ongoing, and and there are no shortcuts on this. But again, I think as a final message, we as an oil and gas industry, we should realize that the world needs energy, and being able to provide affordable and reliable energy, it is actually a socially responsible mission we are delivering. And we should be proud of this.
Thank you very much, Pak Roberto. It looks like we are running out of time, and that's a very beautiful closing remarks. And with that, I think we can agree that the energy transition has encouraged all energy stakeholders to adapt in the evaluating opportunities and addressing the investment challenges that we have, especially in Indonesia. This is definitely fully backed from what we hear from the government side, as well as the operators and energy players, in providing the most conducive environment landscape to the current, and Indonesia especially has so much to offer in terms of investment landscape to the current and potential investors, in oil and gas sector. We are out of time. I would like to thank our panelists for your view. I apologize, I've got so many other questions to ask, but I guess times are limited. And also to the organizing committee, I would also like to thank all participants who have been diligently listening, and also, I guess we don't have time for questions and answers, but thank you very much for participating this morning. And I will pass the session back to our MC. And terima kasih semuanya, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, our moderator, Mr. Najib Jafar.
Please stay on stage, gentlemen, to receive a special token of appreciation.
We also thank our panelists, Bapak Kurnia Khairi, Bapak Febri Calvin, Mr. Roberto Daniel, and also Mr. Roberto Lorato for sharing their insights in our panel.
And to hand over the mementos, we would like to invite on stage the Deputy for Business Support of SKK Migas, Bapak Rudi Satwiko. Please take your places in the middle of the stage, gentlemen.
Rudi Satwiko will be presenting a token of appreciation to all speakers and also our moderator for a very insightful session in our panel discussion, the first panel discussion of the day in our second day of our convention. We will now take a photo up. Rudi will be joining in the middle.
Let's capture this moment together, gentlemen, on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause to our session, Unlocking Opportunities in Indonesia's Dynamic Oil and Gas Investment Landscape. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may return to your seats.
Thank you, Pak Rudi Satwiko, for presenting the token of appreciation to our panelists and our moderator. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding with the signing of the agreement. These agreements for the Strategic Business Alliance, they mark a profound moment in the energy industry. They symbolize a shared dedication to responsible resource management and sustainable energy production.
And with an investment of $5 million and the envisioned production output of 300 BOPD, ladies and gentlemen, we see the immense potential for substantial positive impact and growth within the targeted region.
And now let's move forward with the signing of this momentous agreement, forging a path toward a brighter and more sustainable energy future. And for that, we invite the parties involved in this signing procession.
Please come on stage, the VP Production and Operation Pertamina Regional 1, Bapak Heru Irianto.
We invite on stage Direktur PT Pro Teknik Utama, Bapak Atria Sudibyo.
Direktur Pengembangan Bisnis PT Luas Birus Utama Bapak Bambang Sukmono Jati,
Direktur Utama PT Mora Jaya Perkasa BPPM GB Lemigas Bapak Ebdi Bronson P. Simamora,
and Direktur Utama PT Aro Energi Indonesia Bapak Heston Simanjuntak. Please come on stage, gentlemen, for the head of agreement kerjasama bisnis aliansi strategis reaktivasi idle well batch 2 di Pertamina Regional 1, Zona 1 dan Zona 4.
This agreement will be witnessed by Deputy Exploitation SKK Migas Bapak Wahyu Wibowo.
Please come on stage, Bapak Wahyu Wibowo, to witness the signing. All right, gentlemen, please take your places behind your documents.
As everyone gets ready, we will be signing the documents.
All right, whenever you're ready, gentlemen, please sign the documents. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the head of agreement of kerjasama bisnis aliansi strategis reaktivasi idle well batch 2 di Pertamina Regional 1, Zona 1 dan Zona 4.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the signing of this agreement. Congratulations, and we may take a picture together.
Let's capture this moment together, gentlemen. Please take your places in front of the desk. And once again, congratulations for this optimistic collaboration. All right, you may show your documents to the camera. All right, give your best smile to the camera on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for this agreement.
Congratulations. Thank you, all representatives. You may return to your seat. To Baba Wahyu Wibowo, please kindly stay on stage for the next signing procession.
And ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next agreement, we would like to invite Medco ENP Gresik Ltd MEPG representative Bapak Ronald Gunawan and Repsol Saka Kemang BV RSBP representative Bapak Greg Holman for the carbon capture and storage CCS head of agreement between MEPG and RSBV.
To sign the MOU for West Natuna Carbon Capture and Storage CCS study between Medco Energy, Semcorp, dan Storega, we'd like to invite Medco ENP Natuna, Bapak Ronald Gunawan from Semcorp, Mr. Chiap Kyong, and from Strorega, Mr. Andrew Brown.
And also, please come on stage, Bapak Gema Iriandus Pahalawan and Ibu Joyce Lani Wantania for the agreement of program fuel reduction PT Badak dengan pemenuhan kebutuhan power dari PT PLN Persero.
And these agreements will also be witnessed by Deputy Exploitation SKK Migas Bapak Wahyu Wibowo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your places in front of your documents. And whenever you're ready, you may sign the documents. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing three simultaneous agreements being signed, namely the Carbon Capture and Storage CCS Head of Agreement, HOA between MEPG and RSBV.
Also, we are witnessing the MOU for West Natuna Carbon Capture and Storage CCS study between Medco Energy and Semcorp and Storega.
And also program fuel reduction PT Badak dengan pemenuhan kebutuhan power dari PT PLN Persero. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's time for a photo session, another photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would step in front of the desk, let's take a picture together.
And now you may show the documents to the camera and take the place in the middle of the stage.
You may open the document and show it to the camera for the picture. Let's count to three. 1, 2, 3. And once again, 1, 2, 3.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause once more for the signing of these three agreements.
Thank you very much to all representatives. May this agreement or these agreements pave the way to a more streamlined and prosperous future in the oil and gas industry. Thank you all, as well to Bapak Wahyu Wibowo for witnessing the signings.
And moving on to the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we still have many insightful discussions planned out for the day. And the next will be the panel discussion with the topic of carbon solution to achieve sustainable oil and gas operation.
Moderating this session is Ms. Sohini Chatterjee, Senior Analyst of Clean Tech Restart Energy. And in our panelists, we have Ibu Belladonna Troxilon Molianda, Indonesia CCS Center, Executive Director. Also, Bapak Wahyu Wibowo will be joining us from SKK Migas, the Exploitation Deputy. We also have Mr. Egon van der Hoeven, Senior Vice President of Business Development, ExxonMobil Indonesia, and also Mr. Greg Holman, General Manager of Repsol Indonesia.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for our panelist and moderator.
We invite all panelists and moderator to be on stage for our next panel discussion.
All right, now that our moderator is on stage, Ms. Sohini Chatterjee, the stage is yours.
Hello. Oh, we have start? Am I audible to the panelists as well as everyone? So, salam alaikum, salamat siang, everyone. As the need and urgency to decarbonize the society is on the rise, there has been a significant ramp up in the initiatives across the globe to address the solutions to achieve the needed decarbonization. The goal being the same, the pathways varies from nation to nation as well as from sector to sector. Our panel for today offers an illuminating discussion on the carbon reduction methods to achieve sustainable business operations, catering in the oil and gas business with a key focus from Indonesian landscape. So as we get started, before we commence our discussion, can we have our next slide on the deck, please? Yeah. Moving to our first question, Pak Wayu. What are the broad decarbonization pathways to achieve carbon neutrality in upstream sector?
Thanks. Let me answering in Javanese accent. Okay, sorry, my voice is, I'm losing my voice since last night I sang along with Pak Kepala. Okay, as you may have known that one of the SKK strategic plan target, one of them is ensuring the sustainability environment. Okay. To support that one, we have 10 pillars of that one. By putting that pillars, prove that SKK Migas strategic plan is not only focusing in increasing the production, is also priority in the effort of lowering the carbon emission. The low carbon initiative, as you just saw in the slide, comprise of one is essential leak detection and repair in order to minimize the fugitive emission. The second one is routine flaring reduction, or we have a program for zero flaring. Energy management optimization, offset carbon emission through forestry and land use, and then the last one, which is the capital investment heavy, is applying the advanced technology and CCS in CCUS. And you just saw in this occasion that we just signed several MOU is actually addressing almost all of those initiatives that we already proposed in our strategic plan. We are fully aware that each of those initiatives has a complexity and also have implication in how the way we operate. You know that carbon emission reduction, people think about the adding the cost to our operation. So that's why we have to be careful in implementing in our industry. Because why? Because oil and gas industry also have obligation to secure energy supply to the nation while we are in transitioning to the renewable energy. So that's why I think the best way we are playing in our industry is to be gradual. It's not in the sudden change to make our industry become zero net emission, because it will have a very big implication in securing the supply to the nation for the nation growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Wayu. That was quite insightful. Can we have our next slide, please, before we continue our discussion? Yeah. So as Pak Wayu mentioned that there are multiple pathways other than CCUS for addressing the decarbonization in upstream sector. So one of the pathways being carbon markets, as he mentioned. So Ibu Belandona, the next question is for you. Where do we see the role of carbon markets from more on a macro perspective in Asia Pacific?
Yeah, Thank you, Sohini. Probably let me introduce myself. My name is Belladonna Troxelon Molianda. I'm the Executive Director of Indonesia CCS Center, and I'm also the Special Advisor for Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment. Probably you're asking why my name is pretty unique, but you haven't heard my children's name. My children's name is geomechanic. So, you know, some of you that are doing subsurface, you should know what is geomechanic, right? So that's my fourth children's name. So yeah, I mean, going forward for your question, how we can tap into the carbon market in the region. Basically, Indonesia domestic market is not really attractive for CCS yet because we don't really have a carbon tax in place, except for power plant. We do have it for only $2 per ton, but it's not implemented yet until 2025. So that's why we are pushing forward in the center and also in the ministries to push Indonesia as the regional CCS hub. And then why do we need to be a CCS hub? Because we do need to attract the foreign investor to help us to develop and build infrastructure. So when later on we do have the infrastructure in Indonesia, then the domestic industry can also enjoy the infrastructure and then probably at a lower cost. So to make this faster, I think we do need a carbon market. And we can see that, you know, there are rising carbon tax at the neighboring countries such as Singapore, Japan, South Korea, and so on. So then later on, they don't have the storage capacity. But Indonesia do have it. We do have up to 400 gigatons. Then we can attract the foreign investors to do CCS cross-border. That's why currently we are working on the presidential regulation in CCS. And one of the clauses that we are working on is on the CCS cross-border. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. So that was more from Asia Pacific perspective. Now more on Indonesian landscape, Pak Wahyu, the question for you as well. Given Indonesia has such large forest cover and land use activities, how do you see evolution of a voluntary carbon market as a pathway to decarbonization in the upstream sector?
Okay. We know that Indonesia hold a large portion of the World Carbon Bank. The government has followed forestry and land use net sink 2030 vision as stated in the presidential regulation number 98/2021, which have target to achieve the net zero emission from forestry and land use by 2030. So the oil industry may utilize that as an alternative to carbon offset, while we are still emitting the carbon dioxide into the to the environment. So it will give us an economic and feasible support for our industry to gradually moving to the reduction carbon dioxide effort. As you know that recently there is a broadcasting that PT, what you call Bursa Efek, just get license from the government to manage carbon exchange. I think that providing us an option to offset our carbon emission by using that, by trading that in the market to offset our emission to the environment. So that's, I think, my answer regarding with that one. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing this, Pak. Now moving on to our next key pathway as seen for decarbonization in upstream business. Pak Wahyu, the question for you as well. How do you vision CCUS as a business evolving in Indonesia?
Okay. Everyone recognize that the CCUS or CCS technology has the most significant potential to reduce CO2 emission compared to the other alternative. And you know that the upstream industry already known that one. It has been well known that CCUS or CO2 injection is one of the methodology in order to increase oil recovery to CO2 injection, both immiscible or immiscible. And I think right now, once we produce the reservoir, we have so many depleted reservoir in Indonesia. So I think monetizing the unused pore space that we have right now from the depleted reservoir, I think that is the one that is creating the opportunity for us to monetize. So I think by doing that we can monetizing the pore space from worth nothing to worth something, because it's huge, the storage potential in Indonesia. Therefore, I can see that despite the challenge, despite the complexity and impact to our operation, there is an opportunity or huge opportunity for us to monetize that one in the more upstream industry. By what? By implementing CCUS for increasing our production and also for storing the carbon dioxide back into the geological reservoir down there. Thanks.
Thanks, Pak. So visioning such evolution of CCUS in Indonesia, Pak Egan, the next question is for you. How prepared, according to you, is Indonesia in terms of technology, socio-economic factors, and human resources for catering to CCUS technology development in the nation?
Thank you for that question, moderator, and also thank you for the invitation to speak here today on behalf of ExxonMobil. I'm responsible for business development here in Indonesia, and several years ago we recognized that CCS would be a new opportunity to pursue here in this region. And that is because Indonesia is incredibly blessed with a lot of hydrocarbon, pore space capacity. Whether you look at depleted reservoirs or saline aquifers, Indonesia is really well positioned to take that on. And so for us, CCS is not a new technology. We talk about it like it's something brand new, but we've been doing carbon capture sequestration since the 70s in Norway, and we have done it for decades at La Barge in Wyoming in the US. And so the ability to inject gas in reservoirs and keep it there, even here in Indonesia, in Java, our Banyu Urip field, we've been doing this since the startup. And so what is new is the scale in which you have to do this. When we talk about decarbonization of industries, we're talking millions of tons per year. So it's the scale, but it's also the business model. The industry is used to store carbon that's coming from oil and gas production, but to take it on as a service for third parties, that is going to be something new. Indonesia, again, in this aspect is also quite blessed because the skills required to pull these sort of projects off are all here in country. Indonesia has a very mature oil and gas industry. We know how to operate safely and efficiently complicated projects, and so Indonesia, in that sense, is well positioned to take that on. Here we have ample supply of engineers, geoscientists, and adjacent fields that are capable of taking this on. And so what Indonesia now needs to figure out is how do we pay for all this? CCS is not a cheap form of decarbonization. And so how do we enable this trilemma or the end equation that we talked about in the last 2 days where energy security and energy affordability are paramount, but energy sustainability is the last one on the list. And how do we make this happen in Indonesia? So Singapore, Japan, South Korea, as Bubela mentioned, they earmarked funds to start developing CO2 value chains. And so Indonesia is in the running here in the region to receive some of that money to build out the infrastructure. And with that infrastructure, it's much easier to then, as a marginal cost for domestic industry, to piggyback on that investment. And so with that investment, you will see increase in skills, in jobs, and general upgrading of living standards. As Pat Jody mentioned yesterday, as an example in the UK, where the CCS project generated over 20,000 jobs. Can you imagine the ability that Indonesia can do with so much carbon storage space here? So we're really excited about it. I think Indonesia is really well positioned. We're all waiting, of course, for the presidential regulation, as Bu Bella mentioned, to come out. But very hopeful that's going to be happening soon in October. So,
Thank you, Egan. So on that note, Pak Greg, the next question is for you. Can Indonesia position itself as a carbon storage hub more from a storage perspective in the overall Asia-Pacific region?
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting. If you pick two other countries first, we pick Malaysia and Australia. And like Indonesia, they perhaps have an equal abundance of opportunity from a geological storage capacity. And the first question they've asked themselves is, do we even want to have this as a business in our countries? And over the course of a few years, they've said yes. You know, they're going through the process of issuing regulations or perhaps even exploratory licenses for CCS in some of these jurisdictions. And since, I'll say 2020, it's a question that's been very relevant in Indonesia. Do we even want to have this business? And it's transformed remarkably in that period of time. You know, we've seen through our conversations and engagement as part of IPA, for instance, where there was a perception that, you know, industry will just deal with this itself to protect its reputation, which is, you know, perhaps not particularly accurate. And it's matured to the point we now have a ministerial regulation, we have a pending presidential regulation, we have new centers of engagement with industry and technical to put that framework in. So yeah, Indonesia is very well positioned to do that and has, I think now, I mean, we saw our minister this morning say this is our future, this is what we want. And with it will come jobs, with it will come finance and opportunity, and you know, a potential really interesting business. And it's interesting, we don't talk often about the jobs aspect, but you know, when you engage in conversations with regional governors, for instance, what they're most interested in when you talk about your project is, oh, how many jobs are you going to have during construction, and how many people are you going to have when you operate, which is obviously a tremendous opportunity. When it comes to the question of hub, obviously who pays for it? You know, so this is where the international element becomes really interesting, because Indonesia has the opportunity to create a business, to create, you know, substantial economic wealth for the nation by providing the service to others and making the cost of providing that service domestically much lower, because someone's already done a lot of the hard work from that. So, you know, Indonesia is tremendously well positioned.
Thank you all for addressing this and the detailed inputs. Before we go ahead, can we have our next slide, please, as we continue our discussion on CO2 storage? Ibu Belladonna, the next question is for you. If such CO2 storage hub or CCS hub concept comes into place, which areas in Indonesia are likely to be the key hotspots driving the CO2 storage hub projects?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So basically, Indonesia CCS Center already mapped few of the potential hub locations. So for example, in the Sumatra, in the northwest part of Java, and then on the eastern part of Indonesia, we do have in Papua, and then also in around Masela, right? So those are the typical locations that we're going to choose for the CCS hub. And then if I may add, why we are pushing forward for Indonesia as the regional CCS hub, because we are pretty confident, and then we are inviting all the investors from the regional markets such as Singapore, Japan, and other countries to invest and do a CCS cross-border to Indonesia. But why? As Greg mentioned just now, you know, we're ready to be the regional CCS hub, and then I believe we can make money out of CCS with at least two major commercial schemes. So the first one is from others to Indonesia, meaning from other country to Indonesia to do CCS cross-border, so they can pay storage fee, injection fee to Indonesia. So this is the first major scheme. And then the second major commercial or business scheme is from Indonesia to Indonesia, meaning Indonesia will do CCS for the Indonesia industries, not only oil and gas industry, but also the other hard-to-abate industries such as cement, steel, fertilizer, and so on, and how we can make money out of it. The first one is carbon credit, right? Recently, we just launched the carbon market and carbon exchange by the Financial Authority. So this is the first scheme, carbon credit. And then the second one, we have to treat CCS as a license to invest. So many global investors want to invest in Indonesia or the neighboring countries, and they treat CCS as the license to invest. And then the third one, still important, very important commercial scheme is CCS is the enabler for the hard-to-abate industry to produce high premium products. So as you know, Indonesia has the potential to produce blue ammonia, blue methanol, blue hydrogen, and even low carbon minerals. We do have so many minerals, right? But then the other countries, they want to buy our minerals with a lower emission. So we have to look and explore to that option. And then the last option is for sustainable LNG, right? So we're exporting LNG, but we have to do something with the emission on the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Then if we do something with the emission, we can claim it as a high premium LNG or a sustainable LNG, which is going to increase the price. So then it will bring more revenue to Indonesia. So then I think we're pretty confident we can be the CCS hub. We are inviting the other countries to invest and do CCS cross-border in Indonesia. And then we pretty confident we have these two commercial schemes, which is from other country to Indonesia, and then from Indonesia for Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu. So we saw that there are definitely a lot of hotspots for CO2 storage and driving the CCS game. But Pak Wayu, the next question. In terms of capacity and potential, does Indonesia also have enough capacity to drive the entire decarbonization that can be catered through CCUS in the country?
Yes, of course. As has been published by the SKK Migas Pak Kepala during his presentation, that's our collaborative study so that the potential storage, the total volume of about 2 gigaton from the depleted reservoir, as well as about 10 gigaton from saline aquifer. So it's located across the Indonesia. Just to give the illustration how big our storage that we have, I will take the example from BP. BP right now, we are in the phasing of executing the UCC project. Based on the BP calculation, during the 30 years injection, hopefully it will happen in 2026 or 2027, until the end of the injection, it will only require 2% of the storage capacity that BP has. So meaning that 98 of the storage is still available for everyone. So it can be coming from upstream industry itself, from Indonesia, or other industry from Indonesia, or even from abroad. The question is, how do we can maximize that opportunity? So we can have a cross collaboration in order to commercialize that opportunity. So that's the thing that I just mentioned before, that despite the challenges, despite the complexity that will impact in the way we operate the field, is also giving us the tremendous opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Pak. Since we are discussing on basins and CO2 storage, Pak Egan, the next question is for you. Is there a growing interest for CCS in the Sunda Basin? And what are the key factors driving the interest in that area?
Yeah, thank you. So many years ago, in the maybe 2020, 2019, ExxonMobil sponsored a study into the capacity for storage here in Indonesia, together with ITB and think tanks here in Indonesia. And so we started from a high level. Then by the time COP26 came around, ExxonMobil and its partner Pertamina decided to come with a cooperation agreement, which we then signed in Glasgow to take all of Indonesia as our focus area, and then selectively go through a process to hone in on the best place to do a large-scale CCS hub. And so we ended up with 3 preferred locations, and with additional data analysis by both teams, where we did this jointly, we ended up focusing on the Sunda Asri Basin, which is on the Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra. This is a saline formation, and it's got a very large storage capacity. The numbers originally range from 1 billion to 12 billion tons, which is enormous. Our case, our go-forward case at this point, is a 3 billion ton storage capacity, which is significant. And the reason why it makes sense to put a hub there is because it's strategically located to the heavy industry that exists on Java. You want to capture the most highly concentrated CO2 streams that you can find, aggregated together in order to reduce the cost, because it's not cheap. And so with the petrochemical facilities, the steel making that is happening in West Java, Cilegon, and even Lumpang in South Sumatra, Sunda Asri is well positioned within 100 kilometers to capture those CO2 streams and store it offshore. It's also strategically located for international CO2 transport. And so that's why we're currently honing down on that area for us and the Pertamina.
Thank you, Pak Egan. That was indeed quite insightful, discussing from a macro perspective, then on carbon markets, CCS, CO2 storage, and hubs. Now, connecting the dot to the business from another aspect, Pak Greg, are there discussions on addressing CCS projects in Indonesia from the infrastructural point of view as well? Are we looking into repurposing the existing pipelines or different other modes for transportation of the carbon dioxide?
CCS is kind of interesting in that it's almost a reverse of the normal oil and gas. We're taking the carbon product from people that would ordinarily be our customers in steel or cement, to use the examples from earlier, and dealing with their carbon emissions. On one level, you could have existing fields that we're talking about that have been depleted, and you could say, well, maybe you can reuse pretty much everything in its entirety. That's less likely. I think a lot of the experience in the United Kingdom, North Sea, for instance, is you find that these are older wells. They're not necessarily designed for pretty corrosive fluids that you get once you've started mixing the CO2 in. So maybe you can't use that. Maybe the pipelines sometimes you can and can't use. But in Indonesia, typically the most difficult part of a pipeline is the easements and the permits. So if you've got an existing pipeline, maybe you can't use that particular piece of carbon steel. But there's already an easement going through that area. There's existing understanding within the community that is an area where it's, you can't build a house. So there's already community acceptance of it. And frankly, that's a bigger project enabler and accelerator than, using the steel itself, having access to the easement. More broadly, if you looked at, LNG and said as a rule of thumb, 1/3 is liquefaction, 1/3 is shared storage, and 1/3 is wharf deep water harbors. I think we'll see a lot of interesting partnerships in the CCS industry as different players, non-oil and gas players, likely find out they have a harbor and they have some of these easements for other operations, and those synergies will be captured, all with the mindset of driving to a low-cost solution, and picking on the US shale gas industry and the shale oil industry. First, it was a technical question of how do we do this? And then it became a relentless quest to do this very cheaply. And industry was very, very creative in how it answered that solution. So as long as we've got a framework that lets creative options and solutions come forward, then, it'll be very interesting to see. There will be, I guarantee there will be some unusual solutions to that particular problem involving infrastructure players, people that have access to finance, and people who have access to customers for this service that are willing to pay because they have premium products.
Thank you, Pak Greg. So we understand that as we talk about CCS or CCUS, the key driver for envisioning such large-scale concept of the technology would require a supportive policy as well. So on that note, Pak Wahyu, how close is Indonesia to ensure a favorable policy and regulatory environment to encourage both local and foreign investments for establishing such CCS projects?
Yeah. Personally, I don't involve in that one, but the one that I know is that currently there is an ongoing discussion in creating the regulation in the presidential level. That's the one that I know, but I'm personally is not involved in that one. But the thing that is more important coming from our industry is that we do hope that the final discussion of the presidential regulation will address our concern, the one that is everyone concerned here. As mentioned before, by having that concern considered and put it in the presidential regulation level, then it will enable us to do the collaborative cross-sector collaboration. So maybe it will answer some of the concern that Pak Egon, Pak Greg just mentioned. So that's actually the one that we are waiting for. So the challenge in terms of who going to pay for the project, maybe some of the question can be answered by the presidential regulation. Thank you.
Thanks, Pak Wahyu. Ibu Belladonna, do you also want to add your view as well in this aspect?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So following up Pak Wahyu's answer, basically this is kind of my day-to-day job. So we are developing the presidential regulation, the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment, together with the MEMR and with the other ministries such as the Environmental Ministry, Ministry of Finance, and many more. So currently we are on the last stage of developing the presidential regulation. Actually today we're going to have another meeting, hopefully the last meeting before going to the next step, which is the higher discussion between the ministries. So I just want to say we are doing our best, rest assured to all the investors, to the other countries. Indonesia is working our best. I think I'm pretty proud to be, involved in this development of the presidential regulation. I think we are the first emerging or developing country that are working on this presidential regulation, CCSF, and I think we have to be proud of ourselves and how far we can achieve to this stage, right? And I think other than the presidential regulation that we are working on with the other ministries, we do need other types of regulatory framework, such as standards. So we are working on the CCS standards as well. So we are trying to make sure that whenever the presidential regulation to be launched, we also have the standards for the operation standards where all the industries such as Pak Greg, Pak Egon, and many other companies, they can right away implement the CCS, right? So I think this is the second thing that we are working on. The third thing that we are working on is also on the G2G MOU bilateral, right? Because if you mimic with the other countries that are doing the CCS cross-border, such as Denmark and Belgium, Norway and UK, and many more, so they are having a G2G MOU bilateral, so between these two countries. So I think we're trying to mimic whatever the other leaders country that are already doing for the CCS cross-border, and then we are working on this one also with many countries currently, either the neighboring countries or on the Asia Pacific, and also with the other developed countries such as US, Norway and Canada and so on, like what we can do and learn from these leaders to make the CCS deployment in Indonesia to be faster. Because, we're pretty confident, we're working our heart, but, as Pak Wahyu mentioned, and Pak Egon and Pak Greg, that we do still need to have collaboration, like a collaborative effort between all the stakeholders and also the other countries, and of course the foreign investors that want to invest in Indonesia. So I think we're pretty confident that the presidency regulation will be launched within this year, because we got the mandate from President that it has to be launched within this year, because as you know, we do have election next year, so we have to finish it. And then I'm pretty confident because I'm involved within this development day to day, and then I know the team is working so hard. So rest assured, hopefully, inshallah, it can be finished within this year. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. Thank you, everyone, for initiating such an insightful and valuable discussion. Before we go to our last segment, can we have our last slide, please? So before we conclude the session, Pak Wahyu, can we have some closing remarks from you on like a summarized of what we discussed today and what it means going ahead as well?
Thank you. The first one is the one that I want to say here, that we have a comprehensive pathway to a transition to the net zero in terms of upstream industry. We already mentioned before, we have 5 initiatives starting from fugitive emission reduction up to the CCS, as well as the regulatory framework that we need to prepare. The second one is not only just in the level of discussion, it's actually in upstream industry, we have been doing that. As part of the example is the project that we currently doing in BP. The second one, several MOU that we signed over during this event, that is actually proving that we are moving along to that direction, to that goal. That's the second one. The third one is, despite the challenges and also the cost consequences that we have, we see an opportunity and in order to speed up the transformation from upstream industry, from right now, quote unquote, is dirty business into the clean business, I think we need the regulatory framework that cover related activity and also promoting the cross-sector collaboration. And also, how about the environmental issue? How about the liability? How about the import regulation and other things? So by having all of those, then maybe the transformation, the gradual changes from maybe the heavy emission industry sector is become more friendly to the environment, can be speed up before 2060, just like what the government target for the net zero for this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Wahyu. That's all from us today. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sohini Chatterjee, and all the speakers for the very insightful session.
Please do remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation. For that, we will kindly invite to come on stage Bapak Rudi Sadwiko to deliver the token or present the token of appreciation to our speakers and our moderator.
Let's take your place in the middle of the stage, ladies and gentlemen, to capture this moment together. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for the panel discussion with the topic of carbon solution to achieve sustainable oil and gas operation.
And we'll take this moment to take a picture together. Pak Rudi, if you would join in the middle. Okay, we count down. 3, 2, oh, we moved to the right a little bit. The photographers know the best position. Okay, we'll take a picture in 3, 2, 1. A bigger smile now. Another picture in 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much to all speakers, to our moderator, and also to Pak Rudi for presenting the token of appreciation to our speakers and our moderator in our panel discussion today. Now we will be shortly continuing to our next agenda.
And we can talk about a little about the talk show that has just taken place. Thank you very much, Ms. Chatterjee, for being such a great moderator.
And just a reminder that this is not the only place things are happening, not in this room. We will also have apparel sessions later on. And for those who might be walking in the foyer looking for some coffee, there are also areas that you could visit in the exhibition area. And just a little reminder, there's a unique camera right in the middle there. Yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, please do check them out. We have a glam bot. Maybe some of you are familiar with a glam bot. It's commonly used in a Met Gala event, Timothy. So if you want to capture the moment together with your friends, with your colleagues, please do check it out. It's just outside of the convention room.
Yep. You can't miss it. It's like a robotic arm. So for a unique picture during our event here, for 3 days, you still have tomorrow if you want to take that picture tomorrow. And also, please do visit our exhibition areas around here. And we have a lot of about investments, and we have a sustainability corner. Do walk around in the foyer area and visit the exhibitions that we have here.
Yes, and apart from our panel discussion that we just see together, we have many things planned today, very insightful sessions, of course, not just in this room in the main hall, but also in the breakout sessions. So please, if you are interested in our other sessions, you may check our sessions outside the main hall.
And we will also be showing later on which sessions are the breakout sessions that you can follow. And we have rooms where these parallel sessions will be going on. We will be showing them on our screen later on. So you could choose which session according to the topic that you can follow, and you could head to those areas. But that will be later on. We still have some signings that will be going on here on the main stage. And also we have a panel discussion and also a speech from SKK Migas. So that's what we have in our agenda for today.
And to give you a little recap of the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on the carbon solutions to achieve sustainable oil and gas operations, we've seen the critical role of innovation and also responsible practices in the energy sector. And we've learned that embracing carbon reduction strategies not only aligns with environmental goals, but also holds the key to long-term profitability and also industry resilience.
Now, in our next session, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have the Vice Chairman of SKK Migas, who will discuss the transformation from long-term planning to long-term business strategies within the upstream oil and gas industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Nanang Abdul Manaf.
Thank you, MC. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I think today is the best time for us from the SKK Migas to socialize about regarding the long-term planning. I guess there's several of all you already know about the long-term planning of SKK Migas. But how about the progress? And how about the impact for everyone here? So I think, again, is it the best time to socialize about the long-term planning? Ladies and gentlemen, senior executive and leaders, speakers, moderators, guests, and participants, both from Indonesia and overseas, I would like to thank you all for joining in this talk session. In this opportunity, I would like to share an overview on how we as KK Migas develop what the so-called long-term business plan. Long-term business plan is basically similar to a corporate's long-term business plan. It contains long-term production target, long-term investment needs, long-term demand for goods and other services to support upstream operation in the long run, as well as a portfolio of upstream projects. My presentation here contains 5 parts. First, long-term plan. Second, projection of long-term investment. And thirdly, long-term drilling program. Fourthly, of upstream project portfolio. And the last slide is key takeaways. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's start first with comparison of the energy trilemma concept and SKK Migas vision, Indonesian Oil Gas 4.0, that was established in 2020. The energy trilemma consists of 3 components, namely energy security, energy affordability, and environmental sustainability. Meanwhile, SKK Migas vision also has 3 components, namely increasing production and reserve, creating multiplier effects, and environmental sustainability. If the energy trilemma is defined as the need to find balance between energy security, affordability, and sustainability, as well as its impact on everyday life, SKK Migas strategic vision is to achieve best production level through low carbon and cost-effective operation, to promote environmental sustainability and economic growth. So, we are of an opinion that the SKK Migas vision is in alignment with energy trilemma concept. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in terms of Indonesian national energy mix, both national energy plan, based on the Presidential Decree number 22, 2017, we call the RUEN, and the Ministry Energy and Mineral Resources International Energy Agency joint study in 2022 suggests that portion of both oil and gas during energy transition are actually increasing. This means that oil and gas still play a very vital role in securing national energy supply in the transition period. Failure to fulfill the required oil and gas demand during transition will lead to an energy crisis. We see the picture of the rise oil and demand is peak in 2032 up to 2033 at the level of 2.5 up to 2.7 million barrel oil per day, while gas demand in 2014 will peak and then flat at the level of 8 billion scf per day. Meanwhile, our production level are currently at 615 1,000 barrel oil per day, and gas, 6.7 billion scf per day. Meaning, there is quite a huge supply gap there, especially oil. That's why SKK Migas in 2020 launched a vision called IOG 4.0 as an effort to narrow the gap. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, an ultimate goal of SKK Migas vision is to achieve production level of 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 billion scf per day gas by 2030 through 4 major program categories, such as increased asset value, accelerating the transformation from the resources to production, application of EOR and secondary recovery technology, and exploration for both conventional and unconventional resources. A massive investment at annual average of $18 billion is required to boost the production, along with the assumption that there are no constraints in project economics, land acquisition, permit, procurement, and project execution. In recent years, the standard TNCs in current PSA contract, both cost recovery and gross split, no longer provide adequate project economics for most PODs. Thus, various adjustments have to be made in order to achieve a certain level of minimum attractive rate of return. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the concept of our long-term business plan. Starting from a long-term production target, we examine working areas and fields that can support boosting the production, then break them down into work program and the timeline of when the fields are expected to be on stream. Based on the work program, we develop development scenarios and design philosophies, low carbon initiative to be included in the design consideration. From the design, we generate what the so-called long-term demand. Long-term demand is basically long-term bills of goods, equipment, and other associated services. From the long-term demand list, we develop long-term supply chain strategy. This supply chain strategy will include long-term procurement list, procurement strategy, as well as maximizing the local content. We call it TKDN. Execution of long-term procurement list into procurement process could eliminate or minimize the issues of equipment shortage that may disrupt continuity of operation. On the other side, for the purpose of the budgeting strategy, we also projected long-term investment need. Since upstream oil and gas operational activities shall remain efficient, all output of the long-term business plan should go through upstream cost management screening. Next part of my presentation is our projection of long-term investment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we see on this slide, it is apparent that the investment need will continue to rise from 2023 up to 2030. We projected total investment required in 2023 up to 2030 to be $143 billion and 42% or $61 billion for oil, 57% or $82 billion for gas. This number indicates that now and then we are already in gas era. Of $61 billion of oil investment and almost $21 billion is to maintain production baseline, and 12.6 billion US dollar to speed up transformation of resources to production. 22.2 billion US dollar for the implementation of the EOR and secondary recovery, and the rest 5 billion US dollar for the exploration. Of 82 billion US dollar gas investment comprises 37 billion US dollar is to maintain production baseline, and 38.2 billion US dollar to speed up transformation of resources to the production, and the rest 7.2 billion US dollar for the exploration activities. So, major portion of investment for gas will go to transformation of resources to production, while major portion of investment for oil will go to EOR and secondary recovery. If we look at the historical upstream spending in the past, reaching average investment of 18 billion US dollar per year is not impossible, since Indonesia had experienced peak upstream investment consecutively in 2013 up to 2014, around 20.4 billion US dollar per year. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next part is long-term drilling plan. The slide might be very exciting, especially for oil and gas supporting industry and technology provider, because the slide will show our projection of market condition for rig and OCTG. When we talk about market, there are two most important major components: volume, or size of the market, and value. This is the latest update showing number of wells that have to be yearly drilled to support the production target. We projected total number of 8,900 wells will be required in 2023 up to 2030, provided drilling average 1,115 wells per year, covering onshore and offshore area. There are 7 categories of rig that so far have been used in Indonesia. 3 categories for land rig based on horsepower capacity, and 4 categories for offshore rigs. Of the around 8,900 wells to be drilled, the population of well will be dominated by the well utilizing land rig 500 up to 1,000 horsepower, around 69%, followed by well with jack up rig, 13% of well, and then well with the land rig less than 500 horsepower, around 7%. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is our projection on rig market value. We projected a total market value around 13 billion US dollar in 2023 up to 2030, or average 1.63 billion per year. The rig market value will be dominated by jack-up, 54 out of 13 billion US dollar, followed by land rig from the 500 up to 1,000 horsepower, around 26%, and then semi-submersible, around 7%. We calculated this market value simply based on the operating daily rate only. We did not include any other cost components such as mob, demob, and other associated services. We divided OCTG products into 9 types of products mix, covering conductor, casing, tubing, heat-treated and non-heat-treated, FPI and premium connection carbon steel, and chromium. We projected a total 1.2 million metric tons of OCTG will be required in 2023 up to 2030, or average 150,000 metric tons per year. In terms of volume, tonnage, the OCTG market will be dominated by casing non-heat-treated API, around 47% out of 1.2 million metric tons, followed by casing heat-treated API, around 19%, and then casing heat-treated premium, 80%. If we look at the OTCG demand, the annual average is much lower than overall capacities, right, written on the nameplates of existing domestic OCTG finishing manufacturers. So the issue is not going to be the capacity of supply, but more to long lead item, mainly due to seamless green pipes are still imported from overseas. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in terms of value, we projected a total OCTG market value around 2.53 billion in 2023 up to 2030, with yearly average market value around 316 million US dollar. The OCTG market value will be dominated by casing non-heat-treated API, around 35% out of 2.53 billion US dollar, followed by casing heat-treated premium, around 18%, and then casing heat-treated API, 60%. Next section of my presentation contains highlight of upstream project portfolio, covering ongoing project, strategic projects, EOR potential, and seismic plan. This part of presentation will give an illustration that our upstream activities are quite aggressive, involving multi-billion US dollar investment. This year, we are targeting 11 projects to be on stream by the end of the year. Total capex of this 11 projects is around 709 million US dollar, with total production capacities around 19.1 thousand barrel oil per day and gas 454 MMsCA per day. 5 projects have been on stream as of mid-September. The rest hopefully will be on stream before the end of this year. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, other than regular projects previously mentioned, we currently have 6 projects considered as the strategic. Most of these projects are located on eastern part of Indonesia. The project will involve a total capex around 45.2 billion US dollar, with expected total production capacity around 90.3 million barrel oil per day, and then 4.1 billion cubic per day gas. The production capacity, especially gas, will be very significantly meaningful to secure energy supply in the transition period. 3 projects written in blue box, BP Tangguh, IDD, and Abadi, are included in the government list of national strategic projects. Monitored quarterly by Presidential Staff Office, KSP, and monitored monthly by the Committee of Accelerating Provision of Priority Project, KPPIP. CAPEX of these 3 projects around 38.6 billion US dollar. BP Tangguh LNG Train 3 EPC is almost 100% completed. So sometime this month will be the first drop of the LNG. Other than Train 3 at BP Tangguh, there is Ubadari CCUS and compression project. The CO2 will be utilized for enhanced gas recovery, the first of its kind in Indonesia. IDD project, transfer of participating interest and operatorship was done in July, awaiting revised POD to be submitted in Q4 2023, target on stream in 2027. Abadi project transfer part of participating interest was done in July, awaiting revised POD to be submitted in Q4 2033 and target on stream in 2029. The other three are Asap Kidomera AKM gas project, nearby Tangguh in Papua, Mako project on Natuna Sea, and Hidayah project, located 6 kilometers offshore, north from Madura Island. Hidayah is basically oil with a design capacity of 25.3 thousand barrels per day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned in the slide about investment, the majority of oil investment will be used for implementation of EOR and secondary recovery technology. This slide shows 12 priority EOR projects with each estimated incremental reserve, capex, and on-stream date. EOR projects are mostly located on western and central part of Indonesia, since majority of oil fields in this region already in a maturity stage. Minas Chemical EOR will be the biggest among EOR projects. With this 12 EOR project, expected incremental reserve is 951 million standard barrel oil, and estimated capex of $4.60 billion. Actually, there are a total 54 fields that so far have been identified to be potential for EOR implementation, with total estimated incremental reserve around 2.8 billion standard oil. The seismic activities are scattered all over Indonesia archipelago. As of August, we have identified 17 activities of 2D seismic and 41 activities of 3D seismic in 2023 up to 2030. For the seismic activities in 2024, we estimated total path length of almost 2,300 kilometers of 2D seismic and total coverage area of more than 3,200 square kilometers of 3D seismic. Ladies and gentlemen, at this opportunity, I would like to summarize the trend of exploration and production operation in Indonesia. This summary might be useful for oil and gas operation, technology provider, as well as supplier of goods. First, the upstream operation now and then will be more offshore, more to frontier area, even the exclusive economic zone, more to eastern part of Indonesia and drilling deeper. New discoveries in terms of volume is more gas than oil. Second, technology will be dominated by offshore engineering, gas processing and transportation, as well as low carbon technology, such as CCS and CCUS. The mature of oil field of western and central part of Indonesia have suggested immediate implementation of EOR and secondary recovery. There is quite a lot of standard small gas and oil field scattered all over Indonesia, which is geographically considered too remote for logistic access. Small-scale facilities such as mini LNG and mini refinery will be suitable to commercialize those stranded gas. The drilling of exploratory well at Bulamo Field, Rokan Block, has marked the initial era for unconventional hydrocarbon. We expect the unconventional resources to be a future game changer in our national production. 70% of national production is coming from the field that have been operated beyond the design life of their equipment. Loss of production often occur due to unplanned shutdown or turnaround schedule that exceed the time duration. Therefore, it is deemed necessary to retrofit production facilities so that their performance return to approaching design condition. It can be further concluded that finding new resources and maintaining baseline of production will be much more challenging, more capital and technology intensive. Now we come to the last part of my presentation, some key takeaways. Oil and gas will play a vital role in securing national energy supply during energy transition period. Failure to fulfill the oil and gas demand may lead to an energy crisis if some funding institutions have decided to stop funding upstream projects to the region of the unclean energy. We don't think the decision is fully appropriate, especially since the upstream operation has adopted low carbon technology such as CCS and CCUS. Finding new big size of reserve, increasing production, as well as halting the production decline rate have become prominent major challenge. Upstream of oil gas ahead will be more capital and technology intensive. Proper upstream cost management is required to maintain the value and economic of the asset. Cost competitiveness, investment attractiveness, as well as compliance to low carbon operation will drive growth. The long-term business plan that we have developed is a pace of the prototype, a more comprehensive long-term business plan involving SKK Migas, operator technology provider, policymaker needed to be prepared as a strategic guidance for upstream oil and gas in order to be able to formulate strategy to increase investment attractiveness, for instance, by making adjustment in TNC of contracts. Create a supply-demand balance of goods and service in the long run to minimize issue on equipment shortage. Formulate long-term supply chain and upstream cost management strategies so that the upstream operation remain efficient in the long run. That concludes my presentation. Hopefully, what I have conveyed can give an idea of what our upstream long-term business plan is, especially related to investment needs, technology needs, demand of goods and service, as well as portfolio. Despite more challenge ahead, business opportunities in upstream oil and gas will be even more wide open. Thank you very much for the attention. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Nanang Abdul Manaf, for your speech.
Thank you for describing the long-term plan in Indonesia. And what we can see from what Pak Nanang has delivered today, that long-term planning allows long-term financial strategies and benefits from policies that are supportive of long-term investment, especially as described in Pak Nanang's presentation. The projects that will be conducted this year are also aiming in the long term, 11 projects, and some of them are prototype projects that would be more exciting. Of course, it gives us a very exciting opportunity for long-term investments here in the oil and gas industry in Indonesia.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move forward with the next signing of the agreement procession. And for that, we kindly request all parties to join us on stage for the signing procession. For pengembangan dan pelaksanaan hubungan dan klaster CCS or CCUS di Republik Indonesia, please come on stage. Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto.
We also invite on stage President of Overseas Business Division to Japan Petroleum Exploration Co. Limited, Dr. Tomomi Yamada.
And for the agreement of perjanjian kerjasama jasa verifikasi tingkat komponen dalam negeri pada kegiatan usaha hulu minyak dan gas bumi, please come on stage Direktur Utama Sukovindo Bapak Joby Trinanda.
Also, Bapak Dwi Sucipto will be joining or signing this agreement as well. For perjanjian kerjasama penyediaan jasa angkutan udara penumpang, which will be signed also by Bapak Dwi Sucipto. We also invite Direktur Utama Garuda Indonesia, Bapak Irfan Setiaputra.
And for the strategic agreement of solar turbine, please come on stage, Regional Manager of Solar Turbine, Mr. Benjamin Jangan.
And this will also be signed by Kepala SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto. We invite all participants or all signees to join us on stage and take your place behind the desk. These agreements are intended to collaboratively promote, develop, and implement at least one carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS, or carbon dioxide enhanced oil recovery project by the year 2030.
And whenever you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, you may sign the documents.
Also, in these agreements, it will provide support for TKDN, or local content verification activities within the upstream oil and gas sector. Its primary objective is to establish standardization in TKDN verification timelines and associated costs, thus streamlining operations in the upstream oil and gas industry.
And also, it is designed to ensure that the continuous functioning of more than 500 national assets, thereby contributing to the safeguarding and enhancement of the nation's oil and gas production, which in turn plays a crucial role in supporting domestic economic growth.
And as we approach the last signing, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the signings, and we congratulate each party involved in this signing. And let's take a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would step in front of the desk. We will have a picture in front of the desk, and you may bring the agreements to be shown to the camera.
All right, you may show your documents to the camera, gentlemen. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for this agreement. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may return to your seats. As for Bapak Dwi Sucipto, please stay on stage, sir, for the next signing procession.
Now, in order to enhance the efficiency of the post-operation activities, or KPO, resolution process conducted by the Consortium of Oil and Gas Companies, or KKKS, support for the policy and governance of in-situ write-off of upstream oil and gas state-owned property through auctions for upstream oil and gas post-operation activities is required. We now kindly invite the parties involved in the signing on stage for the MOU in-situ write-off kegiatan pasca operasi KPO pada kegiatan usaha hulu minyak dan gas bumi antara SKK Migas, Dirjen Migas, Sekjen SDM, dan Dirjen Kekayaan Negara, which Pak Dwi Sucipto will also take part. We also invite Direktur Jenderal Kekayaan Negara, Bapak Ronald Silaban.
Sekretaris Jenderal ESDM yang diwakili Bapak Sumartono, Kepala Pusat Pengelolaan Barang Milik Negara Kementerian ESDM.
We also invite Direktur Jenderal Migas yang diwakili Bapak Mirza Mahendra, Direktur Teknik dan Lingkungan Migas.
All right, gentlemen, whenever you're ready, you may sign the documents. All right, let's capture this moment together. Give your best smile to the camera, gentlemen. And the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for this agreement.
Congratulations to all parties taking part in the agreement. And of course, we wish you all the best in implementing the agreements that have been signed today. Thank you very much, all representatives. Thank you, Pak Dwi, for joining us as well in the signing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, next up on the agenda is the parallel breakout session, which begins in 1 p.m.
And we encourage you to enter the room that you prefer in our breakout session according to the theme that you are interested in. We will show the rooms that you may head to and also the themes that will be discussed in those rooms on the screen on the side of this stage.
And before we continue the sessions, we will now have a lunch break where you may enjoy the delicacies that we have provided here at the main hall for your lunch.
And we will also like to remind you, or you are welcome to join the Luncheon Talk. The Luncheon Talk session is presented by PT Pupuk Indonesia. You are all invited to join this Luncheon Talk.
And also, we would like to remind all CEOs of production sharing contractors that there will be a CEO forum today at 2 p.m. in Singasari 1 room. Once again, to all the CEOs of product sharing contractors, there will be a CEO forum today at 2 p.m. in Singasari 1 room.
And we'll see you again at 1 p.m. where we will start the Luncheon Talk session here in the main hall. Everyone, please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you very much.
Do you hear me? I'm talking to you.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, allow us to express our gratitude for the opportunity for this special occasions. It is honor for us to be able to represent our company in this forum. And we are very, very happy and delighted to be here today on behalf of PT Pupuk Indonesia to deliver the presentation Pupuk Indonesia Aspiration for the Energy Transitions. We would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about our strategic development plans, our energy transition plan for sustainability, and Pupuk Indonesia Blue and Green Development Plan. So, not to disturb your lunch, but let us take to your lunch step maybe for 5 minutes to watch our company profile video. Please.
The agricultural sector is one of the largest contributors to the Indonesian economy. Excellent agricultural management, supported by the application with precise plant nutrition and the use of the latest technology, can encourage an increase in agricultural productivity, especially for the fulfillment of the needs in food sector. Pupuk Indonesia, a state-owned company that manages the fertilizer industry in Indonesia, provides a wide range of agricultural products and solutions through balanced fertilization system, precision farming, and other technologies, with a total production capacity of 13.9 million tons of fertilizer and 8.6 million tons of non-fertilizer per year. Pupuk Indonesia is supported by its subsidiaries with production units spread across various parts of Indonesia, making Pupuk Indonesia Group as one of the largest fertilizer producers in the world. Not only engaged in fertilizer and petrochemicals, Pupuk Indonesia also has companies that run the EPC business, trading, logistic and shipping, factory utility, and food industry. We are also supported by end-to-end distribution facilities, including dedicated ports, transportation networks, warehouses, and a network of kiosks that reach all corners of Indonesia. As a major player in the fertilizer industry in meeting the needs of the domestic market for both subsidized and commercial products, we also fulfill the needs of the international market, especially Asia-Pacific. We carry out the right talent management strategy, build a culture of innovation from the I-Black culture which is based on quality human resources. Pupuk Indonesia continues to develop into a high-class company supported by 5 strategic pillars. Focus on customers, innovation, research and development, excellence in operations and supply chain, optimizing and securing raw materials and circular economy practices. We strengthen transformation by digitizing in various aspects, from monitoring distribution to applications that make it easier for customers, as well as increasing factory reliability and efficiency. Pupuk Indonesia is advancing its reach by expanding the production capacity and business expansion for fertilizers, non-fertilizers, and other chemical products. We have also initiated the implementation of the Clean Energy Program through the Decarbonization Plan, the development of green and blue ammonia, and the Green Industry Cluster. Pupuk Indonesia continues to develop its potential by developing new strategic projects. We are committed to take part in increasing agricultural productivity and welfare of farmers through the MACMOR program. By building agricultural ecosystems through comprehensive assistance for farmers to advance their businesses. Starting from managing sustainable crop cultivation, assisting digital farming cultivation and agricultural mechanisms, and helping to prepare access to capital and agricultural risk protection to off-takers to provide market guarantees for farmers. Pupuk Indonesia participates in strengthening the economy, social and environment of the surrounding community through empowerment and corporate shared value programs. Our touch on the Mother Earth is our contribution to prosper the world, spreading the benefits to you and those who are the purpose of our presence. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much for the. And if we talk about the Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprise company. We have 10 subsidiaries here. 5 subsidiaries is in fertilizer industry, and 5 subsidiaries is non-fertilizer industry, which consists of EPC business, logistic, trading, and also utilities. We have capacity for around 23 million tons per year, which consists of 14 million tons is fertilizer product, 7 million tons is ammonia product per year, and maybe 1.6 is other products. So it's a big scale. Yeah, we are the biggest fertilizer company in Asia Pacific now. Then Pupuk Indonesia is charged with the significant responsibility of maintaining the country's food security. For the reason, nowadays we consume around 830 BBG gas. So I think it's the number 2, the biggest consumer gas in Indonesia. And the next, let me to share the Pupuk Indonesia strategic development plan. Yeah, in the future, Pupuk Indonesia is not only in fertilizer industry, but also in chemical industry such as methanol and soda ash. We have planned to build the strategic ones in West Papua. We want to build the ammonia and urea plant in Fak, and also we have methanol plant in the future in Aceh, because we heard that there are big resources of gas in Aceh. And also we want to develop the soda ash in the 2 places, yeah, in the Gresik with Petrokimia Gresik, one of our subsidiaries, and in the Bontang, built by Pupuk Kalimantan Timur, one of subsidiaries too. And yeah, this is Pupuk Indonesia strategic development plan, and let us to discuss about the main topic for today regarding the Pupuk Indonesian aspiration for energy transition. So, yeah, Pak Rosikin, could you explain, Pak, how about the Pupuk Indonesia strategy and initiative in energy transition, yeah, already mentioned in our roadmap? Please, Pak.
Thanks, Pak Adi. Talking about the sustainability, Pupuk Indonesia is now focused on target in line with BNDCC and NZE 2060. For our overall group, should reduce the carbon footprint around 4.8 million ton CO2 on 2030 below the NDC level, and up to 28.9 million tons CO2 on 2060. So, Pupuk Indonesia have 6 strategy initiative to achieve that. First, energy efficiency. We should do a lot of initiative on existing plant actually, and such as plant revamping, plant replacement, catalyst, brush gas utilization, boiler efficiency, and another thing that make efficiency improvements. The second thing is about the circular economy, such as how we use CO2 utilization to produce another kind of a product like soda ash or methanol, or another product that related with the CO2. Number 3 is
I think already discussed in the previous mention that Pupuk Indonesia should also looking for potentially to implement the CCS or CCUS to store the CO2. Number 4 is developing and acquisition of the green energy sector like solar panel, hydropower, or doing a mixed fuel versus biomass or co-firing in the energy plant. On the 5 is a clean chemical business, how we can enter the new market like green ammonia, blue ammonia, clean hydrogen, and the green methane in the future. And the last one is product innovation and agro solution to have a better efficiency on the plant field. And then for ESG, especially on the environment side, Pupuk Indonesia apply waste utilization for B3 and the mangrove plantations. And now currently already 170,000 trees in Bontang, East Java, Papua, and several cities in Java. And also coral reef plantation, biodiversity park, and the next planning is a green industrial cluster in Aceh.
Okay, Pak Rozikin, it is always interesting if we discuss about the energy transition in Pupuk Indonesia. Maybe how about the strategy to deal with that, Pak?
Well, in terms of strategy, Pupuk Indonesia has a mission to decarbonize the existing industry and developing the clean chemical business through gradually diversify the product from conventional ammonia to blue and green ammonia, and look at for a green methane or green methanol to achieve neutrally the big impact for social and environmental issue. So this is our energy transition. At this moment, we are gray ammonia producer for fertilizer purpose. In the coming that will be shift to blue and green ammonia producer starting on 2030 and achieve at least 20% mix with the blue ammonia on feed and increasing 75% mix on 2050. But we are not alone here. You can see here the infrastructure must be prepared as soon as possible. CCS or CCUS should be on stream, bunkering, and how we can deliver and transport the product connecting to the end user, and also the technology development will take us a key success factor like efficiency of electrolysis, creating competitive renewable energy, and etc. And I think all of us has a responsibility to create the better future with further support of the goal of reducing emission and promoting sustainability.
Yes, agree. Responsibility of the Asia. And Pak Rozikin, maybe what condition in Indonesia to ensure the safety and security for the facility of clean ammonia production and storage in Indonesia? Are there internal guidelines or best practice to follow?
Yeah, we know that ammonia is a hydrogen carrier, especially for safe long distance transport or storage shipping. Due to its natural advantageous characteristic, especially high energy density compared to other like a green chemical hydrogen, for example. Due to its higher energy density compared to hydrogen, bring it more easier ammonia to store. As comparison to store ammonia at the ambient temperature, the only required the pressure about 10 bar, while hydrogen is recorded 700 bar. Also, ammonia safety is manageable in terms of flammability, which is a higher, low flammability limit than hydrogen, and in terms of toxicity, which categorized and the frontier between slightly and moderate toxic. Ammonia is with characteristic of zero carbon that high hydrogen content has been increasing rationally in the fuel, clean fuel, and the well-established facility for ammonia production and infrastructure worldwide for storage and transport provide ammonia with indispensable advantage. So, in under pioneering this role in enabling clean energy future. Also, one thing, Mas Hadi, that also ammonia can be decomposed into hydrogen and nitrogen, free carbon emission, using an appropriate catalyst that what we call ammonia cracking. Then this hydrogen can be used to domestic city in end user location.
Yeah, interesting, Pak. Maybe in the keyword here is the advantage of ammonia, I think, yeah. But we discuss about the technical aspect and how about the commercial aspect, yeah. How do you assess the market demand for potential clean ammonia in Indonesia, and maybe in both domestic or internationally, maybe? How big and how much this is needed?
Yeah. In the future, ammonia will play a major role in the power generation, such ammonia co-firing plant and shipping sector as a marine fuel. This business is driven by market, and market opportunity for clean ammonia as a fuel in sector and shipping sector are shown in this table. You can see here in the power sector, the world demand of blue and green ammonia in 2030 will be in the total 50 million tons and increasing around 80 million tons in 2050. In shipping sector also, it is a potential market opportunity with potential demand is around 270 million tons. There is also a market opportunity in emerging in Indonesia that in Ibu Kota Nusantara, IKN, that will be used electricity or hydrogen by 2030, and also ammonia or hydrogen co-firing in power generation is also market that we should look at, Mas.
Yeah. Big number, I think, ya, Pak. Okay, let's discuss about the strategy, ya, Pak. Do you have roadmap, or maybe in the short term period of the strategy of the blue and green ammonia, ya, Pak?
Yeah, if we talk in the short term period that Pupuk Indonesia planning is with this, we talk before 2030. Our execution for decarbonization initiative to capture a huge market of clean ammonia will develop several projects of blue and green located in several locations in Indonesia. Up to 2030, we will develop a blue ammonia with the capacity 2,500 metric ton a day, located in Aceh.
In Aceh, yeah.
And second project is by hybrid green ammonia around 100 metric ton a day in Petrokimia Gresik, and other development that maybe utilize green hydrogen. We name hybrid green ammonia because on the back end of the process, the green hydrogen is converted together with the conventional existing plant.
It's mean modification, yeah, Pak.
And I think also Masela is a great potential also to produce a blue ammonia. In development of a blue ammonia, we are very open to join with the others company who interested in.
Sure, yeah, interesting, Pak. And for this area, what the activities already done by Pupuk Indonesia at the moment?
Yeah, we at least 2 projects we going on right now. Pupuk Indonesia have developed and looking for the potential location for the blue ammonia in Aceh.
Right.
Here, Pupuk Indonesia also develop for 2,050 2,500 metric ton a day of blue ammonia.
Sure,
And the
sure.
potential gas resources for this blue ammonia we looking for Andaman field.
Okay,
And
the
there are
huge gas, yeah.
there are several potential CO2 sink in Aceh that's on based our study, considering several parameter like storage, capacity, distance from resource, reservoir characteristic, complexity, and production pace. The most potential CO2 sink is in Arun field.
From Arun field,
And
yes.
Pupuk Indonesia willing to utilize only 4% about the capacity of CCS in Arun field. The status of the project we can share with you at this moment.
Sure.
We already finished pre-technicals and commercial study, and now willing to conduct a study for subsurface by coordinating and communicating with the regulation and operator there.
Yeah, and how about the green ammonia, Pak? Is Pupuk Indonesia have a plan?
Yeah, for developing the green ammonia is actually for big and very commercial is shoot on the very far from now 2050, but in the short term, Pupuk Indonesia will develop green hydrogen, green ammonia by using hybrid mode. So let's say in Java, in Gresik, we can see here that the project is consists of, we develop 200 metric ton renewable energy by solar or wind in certain location in Java, and produce green ammonia in Petrokimia Gresik.
In East Java, yeah.
By using, of course, hydrogen plant. Yeah. We are currently doing technical commercial for feasibility study, and we expected the COD on 2028. And I want to add the key factor, Mas Hadi, for the success and widespread implementation of a green project on the downstream industry in Indonesia. Number one is about the safety. Number two is environment concerns. Three is economic scale and investment support. Number four is about the marketing demand on this diversification. And the last are infrastructure, technology, and regulation that we should close this issue as soon as possible to start the project.
Sure. Yeah, a challenging timeline schedule, I think, yeah. Thank you, Pak Rozigen. This is our discussion about our discussion about the Pupuk Indonesia aspiration for energy transition today. Let me closing the presentation. But before we closing the presentation, let us to confirm that in the future, Pupuk Indonesia not only a fertilizer company but also become the agrochemical, the industrial chemicals, and clean chemical company. Pupuk Indonesia prosper together with Indonesia. Thank you and have lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023 at the plenary breakout room. We hope you enjoyed your lunch, everyone, and ready to look forward to more interesting sessions and, of course, speakers.
A heartful lunch, and we hope that you filled up with caffeine too, I guess, for our sessions. Now, continuing on our agenda, we will have 2 roundtable discussions preceded by keynote addresses that will set the foundation for the roundtable discussions on the topic, breaking boundaries, balancing supply and demand through integrated supply chain and cost optimization in Indonesia.
But before we proceed to the discussion, it is our distinct pleasure to invite Deputy for Business Support of SKK Migas, Bapak Rudi Satwiko, to share his remarks.
Let's welcome Bapak Rudi Satwiko.
Saya pertama-tama mengucapkan Mas Timothy, ternyata Mas Timothy anaknya temannya saya. Anaknya Pak Dimpos, benar Pak Timothy? Oke, makasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Head Supply Chain Management PC Contractor, Management of SKK Migas, all participants. Good afternoon and welcome to this esteemed concurrent forum, integrated supply chain management by them, breaking boundaries and exploring the intricacies of supply chains management and cost optimization in Indonesia. It is an honor to stand before you as well. We delve into the topic of integrated supply chains and cost optimization and its significance in balancing supply and demand. This year, the concurrent forum SCM 2023 has been given the opportunity to take the main stage at the International Convention of Indonesia Oil and Gas 4.0. This is a great honor for all of us as it recognizes the significant role of SCM activities in supporting the achievement of oil and gas production targets by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's rapidly evolving global marketplace, the ability to effectively manage supply chain operation has become more critical than ever. As production targets expand and user demands continue to grow, supply chain management are constantly faced with the challenge of meeting project expectations while simultaneously managing costs and ensuring efficient operation. This delicate balancing act requires innovative strategies and a comprehensive understanding of the entire supply chain ecosystem. Integrated supply chain management by our holistic approach to addressing these challenges by optimizing the flow of goods, information, and finance across all stages of the supply chains. Business can enhance their responsiveness to our demands, reduce costs, and improve overall operational efficiency. Long-term planning is one of the initiatives in achieving the vision of SKK Migas, where the role of SCM is highly needed as a driver and collaborator alongside planning, technical, and logistic function. In addition, through the SCM oil and gas industry digitalization program such as Commerce e-Catalog, it is hoped that SCM business processes will be further optimized will ultimately support future upstream oil and gas target. Active cooperation among all parties is expected to lead us to a well-planned strategic SCM. Moreover, cost optimization plays a vital role in achieving a balanced supply and demand equation, by identifying and eliminating inefficiencies. Business can reduce unnecessary expenses and maximize their resources. This not only helps in meeting our demands promptly, but also enhance profitability and competitiveness in the market. Today, we have gathered some of the brightest mind and industry experts who will share their insight, experiences, and best practices in navigating the complexities of upstream oil and gas supply chains management and cost optimization in Indonesia. Together, we will explore innovative strategies, emerging technologies, and collaborative approaches that can help business break boundaries and achieve in a harmonious balance between supply and demand. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussion, ask questions, and share your own experiences. Let us learn from each other and collectively contribute to the advancement of supply chain management in practices in Indonesia. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all of you, and I wish you a productive and enlightening conference. Thank you. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Rudi Satwiko.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote address will set a foundation for our next panel discussion.
Therefore, to deliver the next keynote address, please welcome the Head Division of Supply Chain Management SKK Migas, Bapak Eka Bayuseta.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow colleagues, I'm honored to stand in front of you today to address the crucial topic of supply chain strategy and challenging market in upstream oil and gas. We know that the government and PSC contractor have agreed to achieve the oil and gas production target of 1 million BOPD and 12 BSCFD in 2030. And SCM is an important part in realizing this target. To make this happen, we must have the right supply chain strategies and apply supply chain principles seriously. Supply chain strategies that we can implement that are procurement effectiveness and efficiency, national capacity, and good governance, and adapting business to meet production targets. And all the activities that we carry out must meet the basic principles of the supply chain that are effective, efficient, competitive, fair, transparent, accountable, national capacity, and meet health, work safety, and environmental protection. SKK Migas continues to be committed to making the procurement process more effective so that it can reduce operational costs. This has been proven during the COVID-19 pandemic in previous years until this month. Procurement savings for value above 1 million US dollar can always be maintained at 5% of the total procurement list. And for this year, savings from the procurement process until August 2023 reached 445 million US dollar with an approval time of approximately 7 working days from the target of 15 working days. In 2023, upstream oil and gas business activities have a procurement list for goods and services of 1,500 tender packages with a value of approximately 9.8 billion US dollar. Based on type of activity, 22% for survey and drilling activities, 26% for construction activities, 27% for production and maintenance activities, and 25% for transportation and operation support activities. While, based on the location of the activity, 23% in the Surabaya, Bali, and Nusa Tenggara regions, 21% in the Kalimantan and Sulawesi regions, 29% in the Papua and Maluku regions, 14% in the Southern Sumatra region, and the remaining 14% in the Northern Sumatra region. The main project tendered this year include 1. Onshore EPCI for Ubadari, Tangguh EGR CCUS, and onshore compression project in BP. 2. Provision of EPCIC for Hidayah development project in Petronas. 3. Offshore GPF EPCI for Ubadari CCUS EGR and onshore compression project in BP. 4. Production facility rental, Secanggang gas plant and Secanggang delivery station in EMP. 5. Provision of jackup rig in PHM, PHI ONWJ, PHI OSES, PHKT, Saka, Petronas, Medco, etc. 6. Time charter party for Tangguh domestic LNG bank tanker in BP. And 7. Provision of mobile lease, including FIT, in Petronas. Best practice procurement strategy are critical for organizations that to acquire goods and services efficiently and effectively for maximizing value, minimizing risk, and encouraging ethical and sustainable practices. The breakthrough that can be made in procurement packaging must change from discrete services, transactional purchasing, to bundled packages, semi-integrated services, integrated service until integrated project management. To achieve the oil and gas production target, in fact, we have several challenges both in terms of demand from PSC contractor and supply from local market. The constraint from the demand side are aggressive and dynamic atau fluctuating demand, small volume, specifically for exploration PSC contractor, PSC contractor reputation, limited human resources, and others. While the constraint from local market are quality, cost delivery, production capacity, and vendor qualification mainly in technical, safety, and financial area. To approve this problem, I think we need to consider breakthrough procurement strategies. For example, joint procurement, farm-in contract, long-term plan demand, and digitalization. This is to obtain benefits, for example, increase negotiation power, economies of scale, reduce administrative costs, streamline processes, expertise sharing, risk sharing, real-time data and analytics, enhance accuracy, supplier collaboration, and others. What we have done and will do soon. One, we have carried out workshop from long-term drilling program for Pertamina Group on 26-27 July 2023 in Bandung. After that, today will be continued workshop for long-term procurement for Pertamina Group in Bali. Second, and to make our planning to have ASEAN Summit 2024 become a success, yesterday we did kick off Prasumit Summit 2024. Today, we have also signed a strategic agreement with Garuda, Sukovindo, Surveyor Indonesia, Solar Turbine, and will continue others to follow. And in this morning, we have launched IOG Commerce Application, a digital platform for online selling and buying to achieve greater growth and success of upstream oil and gas industry in the future. An example of the application display is as on the screen. Okay, and also IOG ICAT application, a single digital platform of producing SKK Migas material codification, which should be implemented by all PSC. An example of the application display is as on the screen. Apart from that, today we have two discussion panels that are very interesting and useful. And it's the same to miss them. I hope that through the two panel discussion that we will carry out soon, we will get answer or more real picture of solution from the experts. Now, it's time for us to have take action. Let's work together to make difference in our community and create a brighter future of all. That's it. That is one team, one goal, 1 million. Please enjoy for participating in these two panels activities. And I would like to thank you for everyone. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Eka Bayuseta, for setting the foundation for our next panel discussion.
What a very enlightening speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after listening to the incredible insights provided by two of our keynote speakers, we are going to open another panel discussion with the topic of the importance of supply chain strategy in supporting upstream oil and gas long-term plan, a case study in drilling and EPC commodity.
And to lead this session, we are honored to introduce our moderator, SCM and Logistics Senior Manager, Harbor Energy, Bapak Henry Lutfi, and our speakers. As well, will be joining our moderator, Bapak Widi Santoso, Vice President of Business Support, Deputy SKK Migas, Bapak Mulyawan Samad, Deputy Project General Manager BP Berau, Mr. Scott Kremen, Managing Director of Schlumberger.
And also Mr. Ark Steven, the Senior Project Manager of PT Meindo Elang Indah. Please come on stage, gentlemen.
Let's give a warm applause to welcome our speakers and moderator.
Thank you very much for this time. Your Excellencies, Deputy of Business Support SKK Migas, Pak Rudi Satwiko, Division Head of Supply Chains Management of SKK Migas, Bapak Eka Bayu. Selamat siang, Pak. Salam sehat, sehat terus. And distinguished guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, dan salam kebajikan. The world of supply chains has changed. Some of the chains were impacted by COVID-19 pandemic and followed by unexpected Russian war. The current market condition is not the same as we faced the last 5 years. In terms of main commodities for oil and gas operation, we experienced that some of the rig providers or rig owners, particularly for offshore operation, have changed. And it is making them have a new approach in terms of business strategy for their sustainability. More examples on the supply chains disruption it is happening to the EPCI company as well. They are hit by so many uncertainty which impact our global supply. And of course, it will live up the cost. It is about the competition games. Yes, our sources are not just compete with their competitor during the tendering process, but they are also competing with the around the world business unit, for example. Their internal competition will impact their business strategy, i.e., do they have an appetite to consolidate all the brains or people and main equipment in region, or vice versa, they will not have a leverage to put the equipment, the brands in the region. Noting that we have faced the difficult situation in terms of global supply disruption, we must change and adapt our sourcing strategy with continuing a robust sourcing strategy, updating our market data in order to update their availability, cost impact, and at the same time, maintaining the compliances of the prevailing regulation as well. Distinguished guests, today, with a very competent speakers, we will discuss about how to go with the resilient sourcing strategy, how regulation adapt the current disruption on a new supply chains era, what is the effort conducted and will be conducted from our regulator, in this term Pak Widi, SKK Migas, and how PSCs also adapt with this uncertain condition as well to running some project in timely manners, including we will hear from our service provider as well. I believe we will hear some interesting discussion during this panel discussion. Let's crack on. I will start with Pak Widi first.
Thank you, Pak.
From SKK Migas view. Pak Widi, how SKK Migas as a regulator go with the adaptive approach in terms of regulation? That's the first question. And the second question is, how SKK Migas address the long-term plan in terms of creating a robust plan on the sourcing strategy and do have a milestone to go there? Go ahead, Pak Widi.
Thank you, Pak Heri, for the question. I think this is a good question for this forum. So, as we all know that investment in upstream oil and gas industry in Indonesia, which right now the budget reaching almost 10 to 15 billion dollars every year, we do have aware that supply chain activities is play an important and strategic roles in those industry. So therefore, I think SKK Migas is very concerned about those conditions. So we need an effective and efficient supply chain process to respond a future supply chain challenge and to meet SKK Migas target in 2030. So that's why right now SKK Migas need to adapt, need to adjust the regulation so can adapt with this current condition. SKK Migas oversee a view that regulation play a crucial role in shaping long-term planning in supply chain management oil and gas industry. This sector, I think, heavily regulated due to its environment and then safety and economic implication. Right now, SKK Migas have made a revision of supply chain procedure, or we call PTK 007. This revision is to adapt with market condition that gradually changes, and then to increase effectiveness and effective efficiency of procurement procedure by simplifying the tender process, optimizing costs, and increasing collaboration between cost recovery contractor and gross split contractor. This is my answer for the first question, Pak Heri. And for the second question, I think we should keep continuing to adapt, to change, to adapt to change, and then to review all the regulation to encourage and develop local companies, so increase national multiplier effects in Indonesian economics, to improve and good investment climate for upstream and oil gas industry in Indonesia, and to increase the ability to adapt and change the global environment for the contractors. And we, SKK Migas, there are 3 supply chain strategies that have been set out by SKK Migas in work program. So these strategies should performed by the contractor in the work program for the next years and for the year later. So the first is effectiveness and efficient procurement. So the contractor should set up for the supply chain area to be more effective and to be more efficient. The second, the contractor should enhance the national capacity and should set up the good government. So, and then the last one is to contractors should keenly to monitor the changes of the environmental in the supply chain. So with those activities, the contractor can adopting business and to meet production target. We have noted that right now there are some constraints if we're talking about the local capacity and local company. Yeah, there is constraint such as local supply constraint and demands constraint. Some constraints is in local supply chain are the quality. Quality almost most contractor see that local company lower quality than expected than contractor needed. And the second is about the cost. If we're talking about the local product or local company, cost is much higher than the foreign company or import. And the next is delivery. Delivery doesn't meet with the contractor timetable, Pak Eri. And the last one is production capacity. So many contractor, many company in Indonesia see that local company capacity is lower than industry needed. This is the. But how SKK Migas resolve those constraints? SKK Migas have introduced and developed procurement strategies, like is joint procurement among contractors, farm-in contract among contractors, and then develop long-term contract, and then digitalization process. I think this aspect should touch to manage to face the challenge in the future. With joint procurement and farm-in contract among contractors, we do hope this strategy could increase negotiation power between contractor and the industry, and to provide good and services company, and then increase economic of scale of the good and service company, and then reduce administrative costs, streamline the process, and scale of knowledge and risk sharing. I think this aspect should SKK Migas grab right now to face and then to meet the target in 2030. Besides that, SKK Migas have developed a new program for drilling and its service company we called long-term procurement. One of goal this program is to resolve these difficulties of limited rig supply and long lead item commodities. This program encourages contractors have long-term drilling support service based on demand volatility and location mapping of contractor drilling service. So with all data, more detail, grab in advance, SKK Migas or with the contractor can plan more accurately about the drilling activities. So we can offer to the good and services company about those contract for long term. So that's why we mix the local company more interesting to invest in those commodity, especially rig or long lead item. And then of course, we do hope with long-term procurement could improve forecast accuracy, streamline process, improve inventory management, risk mitigation, and more flexibility to market change. And the last but not least is we should touch digitalization process, Pak. Yeah, I think digital process is now we start to improve and then to efficient in upstream oil operation. Currently, SKK Migas is intensively developing a digital-based procurement process. Like Pak Bayu said before, that SKK Migas still ongoing, continue to set up, to develop the application for the process standard, Pak, ini, for the supply chain aspect. So with the digitalization, we'll have contractor in data timely and accuracy, develop supplier collaboration, auditability, market intelligence, and cost saving. I think that's my answer for two questions, Pak Eri. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Widi. Give applause to Pak Widi to appreciate Pak Widi. And in short, I have long list. I have long notes here. First is SKK Migas roll out relaxation of the regulation, i.e. a new PTK 007 revision 5, and it's a continuous improvement. Then we will discuss about the amendment of revision 5. I think it's good news. relaxation only in the Bali, ya Pak ya. In terms of regulation, we have relaxation as well, and it's good news. And the second is SK Migas will support all PSCs not work as usual, but have a creative think out of the box. And SK Migas have planned to go to long-term plan. Basically, we have a milestone to go there, as per my question previously. And SK Migas also enhance the national capacity in terms of QCD, in terms of quality, cost, and delivery. And we always, assess our local capabilities. And it conducted around 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And we have a good result for them, for the domestic player. And number 5 is enhance the contracting strategy as well, not just farm in or joint contract, but SK Migas think about how to create a long-term contract, just not limited by annual budget. And last but not least, as mentioned by Pak Eka Bayu as well, SK Migas have many projects in terms of digitalization process. I think it's good, Pak Widi. Thank you. And then the second, I will go to the Pak Mulyawan Samad from BP, from the PSC's view. Pak Mulyawan, in the supply chain disruption era, how do you see SCM keep its resiliency while maintaining its efficiency in supporting project delivery in timely manner? That's the first question. And what is the contracting strategy to be changed to adapt with the current difficult situation in terms of global supply? And what is the biggest challenge in this initiative? The time is yours, Pak Mulyawan.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Erick. Izin Pak Widi. Okay, let me start. It's two challenging questions, but I would like to start with what have been conveyed by Pak Deputy and followed by Pak Eka Bayu, and then some of the wording really important for us to understand and then to convey that right now we have SK Migas full support in this kind of situations. We have heard word stating like VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complex, ambiguous. We are in those era right now. And that cannot be only addressed by one word that I can see that actually from presentations of Pak Eka Bayu, adaptive market. We need to be very adaptive. So let me start with, everybody in this room knows about what happened within the last 3-4 years. So even before pandemic actually happened, the energy industry start to see something that would like to go to green energy. So even before pandemic, and then bang, pandemic happened. Very fast, unprecedented. Nobody has been experienced that before, and it happens for 2 years, not to mention the effect after that. And then it has become much worse on the last, probably already 1.5 years, tension between Ukraine and Russia that become war. On that event, during that event, we in BP actually experienced a final construction stage for Tangguh expansion project, and about to start our new project, which CCUS actually included on that, which is actually UCC. So what is actually we found related with the question number 1, there are two main obstructions or two main problems, concerns that we encounter. Actually, the availability of the brain, of the engineers that will do the job, that will do the concept development, that will do the optimize, that will do the fit. We don't find it many more again, just like we found it 10, 15 years ago. Before pandemic happened, mega projects in Middle East, you name it, probably an NFPS in Qatar, Helgasa coming now, right now in Abu Dhabi and several others in South America, they already booked the slot. So the engineers that don't have much opportunities here in the region easily actually transport to those areas. And when we start the project, not only in our office, not only in our company, others probably in the other PSG actually experience the same. That's what we have. Move on to the vendors and suppliers. This is not new, but become much more worse. Big suppliers, big vendors, including EPCI probably, will have their own supply chain traditionally already. Start from the bottom all the way up. And then when the pandemic happened, and then also followed by the war, these big suppliers and vendors then needs to make efficiency. There's no workaround, very rare, and then I'm sorry, I need to do my efficiency in my company. So it's actually a fact down below. Go to the second tier, third tier, all the way, and then suddenly we found that actually we lost those chains. And what is actually a fact to us? Our database of market supply for our work, regardless it's project or maintenance or whatever, suddenly it's not valid anymore.
Okay.
Because this big disruption.
It should be updated.
It should be updated. And then you can say that, oh, I will go to the supplier of the market availability, IHS, for instance, or others. But do they have a time to do so? And then do you need time? Do you still have a time to wait? No, you need to start to go on your own, do your market availability, try to as maximum as possible to be able to do in situ inspection, survey, rather than desktop. Because they will tell you whatever you want, but that necessarily could assurance you to get what actually we really require. So that's actually two things that we face. And then SCM procurement actually play a very big role on that to help project maintenance or others actually progress. So the reactions that we have that time, just like what I said, that we think that the market intelligence is really imminent to be started, and then we started that. We started that in those two main areas, the brain, and then also the services and goods, and then after we verify our market intelligence, we then go to the government. In this case, it's actually SKK. And that's actually whereby I will answer your next question. How we will handle this problem is basically we level up our collaborations and communications with SKK. We open the communication very honest and asking help, and then open up what actually we found so far with SKK Migas. In terms of what we said, the concern about quality, cost, and deliverability, it's actually become one of our primary target to discuss. That's end up with us as one of the biggest support of one of the very bright items that have put in the latest PTK revisions, which are actually techno-commercial.
So you did well, yeah, in terms of open discussion with SKK Migas, yeah?
Yeah. We open discussions. For instance, let's go to the brain. On the brain, we propose to do the technical review on the key personnel or key engineers lead during the technical stage, rather than doing the assessments for the company only. No, we need the brain, we don't need the company. So we did that during the technical stage. So the provider then pushed to provide us the best knowledge, the best brain possible from all over the world to provide us the engine for the fit. So we discussed that with SKK Migas, and we do some checking, do some proper regarding with the regulations, and then finally we did that. So we applied it for 2 of our feet, offshore and onshore, and that's currently ongoing. That's actually what we did. The other thing is basically we level up also the game on the every stage. For the PQ, since we don't have a time, we have a very stretched target. We are doing a very strict requirement. Only the companies that have exact capabilities and meet our technical scope that already been approved by SKK Migas that could come join us into the project. So we did that. The last one that we have done is basically something that we felt in many times always happen to us in the big projects. For instance, we do the FID for what? A year and a half, or 6 months, or 8 months, and after that, we do the tender. We only allow 2, 3, or 4 months for the EPCI contractors to assemble their bid, to understand where's the market, and then to provide their proposal to their boss all the way up to provide the bid, just for 2, 3 months. Is it fair?
No.
I don't think so. So what we did is actually we make some kind of parallel engagement. While we do the FID, we start the tender. 30% FID maturity, we share it to the EPCI bidders for them to understand and then give feedback to the FID contractor that, hey, this is the industry looking at how you design the things. And so there is process back and forth with BP actually in between to be able to keep stand on the legal or ethics manner. And then that's actually what we have been doing right now for the project. So many things, but yeah, again, I would like to emphasize that this all will not happen if we are not open the door, very honest to the government that really helping us. And not to mention that we also got the Project Strategic National, helped by SKK, that's open up, make us much more easier actually to expand to some other progress to get within the government of Indonesia state.
Sorry, Pak, you have any because we are limited by time.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's finished. Okay. I got a list from you. First is we are losing a good engineer as well. Yeah. They go abroad. They go to the Middle East because they have so many projects and a good in terms of salary, I think. And it's become a problem with us. If we lose a massive engineer, I think it's become bigger problem for the EPCI company. That's the things. That's number one. And the second is, yes, I agree. Market survey is really eminent, right? We have to do the market survey annually or routine because we have to update it because the market is really different with 4 or 5 years ago. And I agree on that. And yes, the third is, this is a good thing. Open mind discussion with SKK Migas, bring our problem to SKK Migas, and basically, and finally, you got a solution, right? For example, for the FID tender, you really focus to evaluate the personnel, right, rather than the company, because previously we only focus to the company, right? Now the brand is go away. Now the brand is moved to another country, and then now we have to really focus on the brand as well, i.e. Engineer, and do the strict pre-qualification. So PQ rasa tender, yeah. PQ means apologize, Scott. PQ rasa tender. So PQ seems like a tender process. So many technical requirement on the per-qualification, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It is the way to go to get the quality of the tendering result. And the last, this is good. This is good sharing, Pak. Thank you. You do EPCI tender in parallel with the feed contractor do their work, right? On 30% feed result, and then the EPCI tender who passed the PQ stage can, revisit the result of the feed, and then on the 60% result, and then continue again and again, and it can be reduced in terms of time. Yeah. Again, thank you very much. I will save for the last session, Pak Mulyawan. Thank you, and give applause for Pak Mulyawan as well, distinguished guests, and thank you very much. Hi, Scott. You are the third, but however, I think your voice remains significantly important for this topic. I got two questions for you, actually. First is, what are the key elements of your strategy to adopt with the long-term plan on the current condition in Indonesian market? That's the first question. And the second, could you give some examples where you are removing costs enabled by long-term planning? Over to you, Scott. Time is yours now.
Terima kasih, Pak Kari. Selamat siang, Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin semua. Maybe I'd highlight two key elements of our strategy for your first question. I think the first would be continuing to look for cost-efficient, regionalized support with further localization. And the second would be to continue to develop deeper partnerships with our own suppliers through our Supplier Innovation Program. And I'll maybe talk a little bit about both of those elements. So on the first, it's really important for us to look for the right balance between all the benefits of a global or regional support network, yet at the same time making sure that we continue to invest locally and increase our capabilities locally. At the same time, our approach is really to find that right balance by making sure that we don't add too much additional cost into the industry. So looking for the right balance between that global, regional, and local support is where we continue to look. And at the same time, doing so in a way where we continue to de-risk our exposure to global events, to inflationary pressure outside of our own control, and give us some stability to be able to operate at the same competitiveness for the long term to support the long-term plan. A good example of this is perhaps recently we looked at our bit manufacturing and repair. In the past, we had done this in Batam. Over time, we had done this in China, in America. And we looked at it, and our average turnaround time was very long. It was more than 4 weeks. So, with the help of a very trusted partner, Emeco, we sat and we looked at what we could do to perhaps improve this process. Knowing the long-term plan, knowing that drilling activity was set to continue to increase, we looked and we said, what can we do differently? In the end, we decided that actually it made sense to make the investment together, co-locate the facility with Emeco, bring our own machinery, cross-train our own personnel with Emeco personnel, and really give an offering to the market that was local, that was agile, and it allowed us to reduce the turnaround time and remove costs from the industry, while at the same time investing more in Indonesia. This is maybe just one example today that's going very well. No SQ, no HSC incidents, and it's very proud. And we'd like to thank Emeco for the huge support in doing that. That's maybe just one example. The second example, or second strategic element rather, is really trying to change the nature of the relationship with some of our suppliers. We're trying to move away from, say, highly transactional relationships where we just leverage our size to drive down unit cost, to being something that really more incentivizes continuous improvement, joint value creation. And the way that we're trying to do that is through our own supplier innovation forums. These innovation forums happen globally, they happen regionally, and they also happen locally. In fact, next week in Indonesia, we have our second annual supplier innovation forum. And the purpose of these is really to look together as a team and identify areas where we have waste in the system. Perhaps it's the terms of our contract, our request for quotes. Perhaps it's the way that we pad out the requests we make for quantities that we may need. So sitting down together, being transparent with our own plans, being understanding where we see pain points in each contract, and incentivizing good performance, I think, is also very important. For example, if we only push on unit costs, it's going to be very difficult to maintain suppliers who invest in HSE, invest in quality, and are able to deliver as we need them to deliver. So making sure that we weigh that in, making sure that we're increasing the weight of our sustainability weighting when we award work to our suppliers. These are all kinds of things that we're trying to do to work with our suppliers and really change the nature of that relationship. And then to answer your second question, perhaps...
Sorry, Scott. I apologize. I have to hold on you. I'm interested with your statement that can you more elaborate on what you mean by reducing a turnaround time? What it really means?
Okay. No, I mean, that's a very good question. So when we looked at it, we said that our average was between 4 to 5 weeks from the time that we would send out one of our bits to one of our facilities, be it in China, be it in Batam in the past, or be it in the US. Average was maybe 4 to 5 weeks.
Okay.
Of course, that means that you have to carry higher inventory, you have less, you have more dependency on shipping networks, on global supply chains. By doing this with MECO, we've now brought that down to, on average, about 7 days. Not only does that obviously increase our agility, but it allows us to carry a far lower inventory, and for both MECO, SLB, and for our customers, it allows us to be much more competitive and be more agile to the short-term demands and changes in the...
So it means, in this term, time is essence, right? All right. Okay, go with the second question.
No, and the second question, examples where we have removed cost or continue to remove cost from the system. Again, I'll highlight two things. One is digital and one is integration. On the digital front in supply chain, we are increasing our use of AI and digital tools to better predict the commodities market. We're using this now to pick the right time to renew, renegotiate, extend certain contracts that we have. And in addition to that, we're using it increasingly to look at our own inventories, our own consumption rates, and with that, bring more efficiency into the system. So the use of digital tools is increasingly prevalent. And by applying this in our regional hubs, it's really allowed us to reduce our inventory levels, give us increased confidence in delivery time, and ultimately remove costs from the system. So we see that the use of digital tools for ourselves internally, with our customers, with our operators, is something that will continue and remove costs from the system in Indonesia. And then on the second part, maybe talk a little bit about integration. And this is an area where we see that we can continue to remove a lot of costs from the industry and using principles that we've used elsewhere in the world before. You know, not only for our own services, but for our customers and for our suppliers as well. Now, the easiest way for integration to think of it is maybe bundling services, sometimes with a discount, sometimes with not. But the next step may be more of a performance model where you incentivize outperformance and you penalize poor performance. But really where we see the main advantages coming are looking at the overall operation, multi-skilling, and removing waste from the system. We have, if I could give some examples, you know, looking at the overall number of trucks that are used, boats that are used, staging facilities that are used, sharing of LNP plants, these kinds of things, we see that there's a lot of waste in the system today. In fact, if I reference a project that I was personally involved in back in the North Sea, we had a long-term plan, a long-term strategic alliance, and we sat and said, look, rather than plan for the next year or plan for the length of this contract, this is a commitment that we're in together for 5+ years. What would we do differently to remove waste from the system? And when we looked at it, things like HSE supervision or in certain parts of the rig, or additional assistance for some rig-up procedures, we said that, look, there's extra capacity on the rig, let's invest, let's be open, let's train each other in what we do, And by doing that, you can have far less people at the well site, you can operate more efficiently, and you can give yourself the chance to just really remove costs from the system. And we found that when you remove costs from the system, everybody's happy. The customer's happy, we're happy, suppliers are happy.
It's
So
about
really,
the cost, it's about the reduce cost.
Yeah, but I think the starting point for that is, of course, the long-term plan. The long-term plan can help you build these long-term contracts. It can help you form these long-term relationships. And it can give that long-term commitment, but there's a reason to do this, that it's not something that we're going to do, invest in, and it won't be rewarded or will be taken away tomorrow. So for us, we're very excited by the continued work on the transparency with the long-term plan. We look very much forward to working with the regulator, Hulu Migas, our customers and our suppliers to really see what could we do a little bit differently going forward. Those would be the two key strategic things I would highlight for SLB to address the...
I need to more understanding about the multi-skilling with your customer. What is that means? It means you reduce double dip cost, or what is exactly the multi-skilling with your customer actually?
Yeah, look, I think if I look internally first for SLB, we actually have very different businesses within SLB. So if I take intervention work, you would have wireline, open hole wireline case tool, you'd have slickline, you'd have coil tubing, and you'd have testing. In the past, each of those were run as very different businesses. We looked at it and we said that, look, actually, most of the time, these operations either overlap or are concurrent. There's people on all of those crews that spend maybe too much time in the canteen, too much time watching TV, and actually a lot of the time they're offshore or at their land, at the well site, maybe they're not utilized the way that they could be. If we were to look at the business differently, step back, cross-train people, then we could remove some of those people and better be able to adapt to kind of the peaks. So that's really the approach that we took. And then with those strategic alliances with our customers and with our suppliers, we're able to extend those principles and say that not only internally can we do that, we can do that collaboratively across the rig or across the well site. So I see a huge potential in Indonesia to do things like this, and I think long-term planning is the first step in that journey.
So it is work, yeah, for the apply the multi-skilling with your customer, yeah. And last thing, Scott, 1 minute. Do you have something like, I know you have so many subcontractors, right? Do you have something like your vendor development program, if you want to share?
Yeah, no, we do. We call it our Supplier Innovation Forum, which really encompasses the vendor improvement plans of the past. As I mentioned earlier, it's a combination of looking at perhaps waste in the system, talking openly about pain points that you both have, but also thinking differently. The first version of this was we took our 25 top global suppliers and we invited them to all of our headquarters and we sat down and said, what would you do differently? Some of this led to different styles of contracts. Some of this led to investment in different technologies. Some of this led to decisions that it made sense to relocate this manufacturing or this area to here. And more local, and as we step that down regionally, and now we step it down locally, we try to kind of apply the same principles, maybe on a different scale, but to just sit with suppliers and talk a little bit differently. Rather than get everybody into the fight to the bottom, removing all possible costs, because we know that when you do that, it's going to be very difficult to train in HSE. It's going to be very difficult to make sure that you have people having the right level of sleep, that you're invested in the sustainability. So finding the right balance there, incentivizing people to do more and maintain the performance is something that, the same way that we expect that from our customers, we realize that we have to be like that with our suppliers. So
Agreed. Incentivized program always encouraging our subcontractor or vendor. Thank you, Scott, and please give applause to Scott Kremin for his participation. And last but not least, I will go to the EPCI company from Meindo, represented by Mr. Art Stephen. Hopefully, this is not about the survival mode for your industry, because it seems like it is very scary. Straightforward question.
what is the biggest challenge in our EPCI market to support the long-term plan? That is the first question. And the second is there any thought from your industry to address the disruption of the global supply chains era?
Okay, thank you, Pak Eri. Actually, there are three challenges which we could face on even if there is a consolidated planning. One, actually, resources on the EPCI, and then the second is the schedule, quality, and then the competitive price in the EPCI market. And then number three is the EPCI market instability. So on the point number one, on the EPCI, basically similar like Pak Mul already explained on the engineering resources, actually the adequacy, the experienced engineer availability. Today, we know that our oil and gas project in Middle East is very busy. So many national engineers are working and move there. I think in Pak Mul we call it brain in here actually. But this is similar issue. Actually, the resources that required based on the ongoing project we have, or we as a EPC contractor, so meaning ongoing or committed production capacity in the yard. This is how to establish the number of the engineer.
Sorry, Pak, can you move close your mic? I'm struggling to hear you, so can you
actually for the engineer, we have in-house engineering. Yes, in-house engineering in our Jakarta office, and then on the production in Bintan Yard, the engineering serve the detail engineering, and then our TNI department. So we developed last 3-4 years, developed the TNI engineering, and then engineer to support the activity in the yard. So we have around 160 engineers currently. And then for the next potential project, we have to increase another 30 until 40% from the existing engineer. Then we have
30 until 40 in terms of numbers of engineers.
Yes, so 30-40% from 160 actually. So this is now we could face the challenge to get this national engineer. In addition, on the tendering stage, several PSG basically also requested that several engineer positions should be Indonesian nationality. So this is our challenge on the engineering resources. And then on the procurement resources. On the procurement resources, I think I already explained also, but we identify there are three. One is the minimum order from the factory, local factory, that we have to order. For example, like steel, we have to order minimum 200 metric ton. And then the second for the price fluctuation. This is for the commodity price. For example, also same for the steel. And then another for the consumable, like a fuel. When we have offshore campaign to install jacket, topside, and pipeline, we have to deploy minimum is 10 until 12 marine spread. And then the fuel consumption, one campaign at least, we spend 1.5 million liter. And then on the installation...
Sorry, Pak. Time's up. I really need five more minutes. Okay, 5 more minutes.
Okay. And then I make faster, And then on the procurement, we have issue on the global shortage electronic. The impact not only on the electrical instrument and then telecommunication, but also on the mechanical equipment package. For example, heater, there is the electronic, and then for the valve, choke valve, this is on the procurement. And then on the fabrication, the issue basically is how to increase the production capacity. So there are two main points to how to increase the production capacity. One is how to develop the infrastructure inside the yard, and then the second is how to make optimization on the process fabrication. So on the infrastructure, if we have the land available and we have the waterfront, for example, we have 200 meters a jetty. Then if we have future massive project, then we can extend until another 400 meters. And then the last one is the depth of the water level elevation on the jetty. So in the future, let's say there is a FPSO modification, so we have the waterfront, we have the jetty, and then we have upgrade the land. Yeah. This is on the fabrication. The last one, the resources on the installation. On the offshore, there are several equipment very rare in the market. For example, saturation diving, and then ROV working class. This is very rare in the market. So very difficult to get. And then on the marine spread also, we like a cargo bus 330 feet, very difficult in the market. And then derrick lay bars, fortunately we have 3,000 metric ton Indonesian flag for the derrick lay bars. So we have experience to lift 2,500 metric ton topside. This is on the resources, Pak. And then, I don't know what I still.
Okay.
Number 2 is for the schedule, and then quality, and then the competitive price on the EPCI. On the schedule, I think last few years, the project requests to start the fabrication within 2 months after contract effective date, this is impossible, because cycle approval of the document take at least 2.5 months. So we have to take a different approach. Then we have to mobilize our engineering team earlier, even before sign contract. So the increase, the risk is increased actually.
Increase risk on your side.
Yes.
But I really apologize, Pak. Our time is up.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have some notes from
okay,
yours.
No
First is you face engineers problem as well as mentioned, by Pak Mulyawan as well.
Yeah.
If you have a new project, you have to increase 30 until 40% in terms of number of engineers, but it's struggling to get there because they go abroad. And minimum order is becoming a problem as well, because manufacturer have a minimum order, and then price fluctuation. I think we should address on our long-term contract, particularly for long-term contract. And I think this all. And give applause to Pak Ark Steven. And before I close this session, I think I have wrapped up some statement or information shared by our speaker. First is all stakeholders on the supply chains activities must be shifted in the way how we adapt with the disruption of a global supply chains era. The second, in terms of regulation, SK Migas is fully support to provide an adaptive regulation in order to realize a long-term plan contract and other initiatives being taken in place on how to face the current difficult situation in new supply chains era, including other necessary support required as well. And the third, our sourcing also takes a creative out of the box initiative, in this means business strategy to deliver more efficient and effective services to the oil and gas industry. The fourth, in terms of PSG views, taken from Pak Mulyawan, we need to update our market survey regularly to have more robust in terms of the availability information of our sources or our contractor. Not just the level 1 of sources, but go to the level 2 and etc. Take more adaptive and creative thinking in terms of building of contracting strategy in a new supply chains era. And the last is need more collaboration, Pak Widi, among all the stakeholders of the supply chain activities. And
That's all we got, and thank you for your patience, for your participation, and your support always. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Heri Lutfi, and all our insightful panelists. Please remain on stage, sir, to receive a token of appreciation.
And to present the token of appreciation, we'd like to invite Bapak Eka Bayu Seta, the Head Division of Supply Chain Management from SKK Migas, to present the token of appreciation to all panelists and also our moderator. Once again, thank you very much to all panelists for giving us a very enlightening panel discussion, how we unravel the pivotal role of supply chain strategy in bolstering the long-term plans of the upstream oil and gas sector, which specifically focuses on drilling and EPC commodities.
All right, let's capture this moment together. Gentlemen, please take your places in front of the sofa and give your best smile to the camera. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for our panel discussion regarding the importance of supply chain strategy in supporting upstream oil and gas long-term plan, a case study in drilling and EPC commodity.
Once again, thank you very much to our moderator, Pak Heri Lutfi, also our panelists, Pak Widi Santoso, Bapak Mulyawan Samad, Mr. Scott Kremen, and also Mr. Ark Steven. Thank you very much for your insights.
What an enlightening panel discussion, where we know that drawing insights from a compelling case study, we underscored how a well-structured supply chain strategy can be a linchpin for success in this complex industry. And this course emphasized the critical need for flexibility, collaboration, and innovation to navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities that await in the evolving landscape of upstream oil and gas.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next roundtable discussion will talk about the heart of oil and gas industry's dynamics with the topic, Understanding the Current Market View to Facilitate Supply and Demand and Accelerate Upstream Cost Management and Resilient Supply Chain.
And without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our panelists and delve into this enlightening discussion. To moderate this session, we have Bapak Amri Siahaan, Senior VP Business Support of Medco E&P Indonesia.
Our panelists are Ibu Dia Anjarwati, Head Division of Working Area Management and Budgeting Strategy, SKK Migas.
Mr. Muhammad Razali Kamin, Senior General Manager, Procurement Projects, Operations and International Group Procurement Petronas.
Also Bapak Anto Sunaryanto, VP Drilling and Well Intervention, PT Pertamina Hulu Energi.
And Bapak Daven Chandrajaya, Associate Director, Boston Office Consulting Group.
Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists and also our moderator in this next panel discussion.
All right, now that we have our moderator on stage, Pak Amri, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu. It's good to see everyone still awake at this hour. Actually, the previous sessions, panel 1, makes our life easier to conduct this panel 2 conversation, so we don't need to go through all the challenges again. Our panel will focus on cost management or cost optimization. I think when we talk about project, when we talk about, well, especially project or operations, the bottom line for us is cost. Will the project be economic to be executed or not? So that's what we're gonna focus today. So I'd like to thank the committees, SKK Migas, of course, to conduct these important events, and my fellow panelists up front. I don't need to introduce one by one, it's already being introduced. So if we see this volatile market, whether it is the oil price and especially the materials related to the supply chain, we heard from the previous panels all the disruptions that happened in the last few years, whether it is during pandemic or after pandemic. So I'd like to ask the questions to the panelists one by one and give your view, please. So what should be our SCM strategy, if you will, with regards to this cost management, to be able to have a resilient SCM and deliver the projects of production, you know, basically affordable oil and gas for the countries, for the people. Thank you. May I ask Ibu Diah to start, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Amri. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Pak Amri, for the question. I will try to answer from SKK Migas point of view as a regulator, Pak.
Yes.
Okay. As our Vice Chairman Pananang Abdul Manaf mentioned in the morning session about long-term business plan, he noted some point that upstream oil and gas ahead will be more capital and technology intensive. Proper upstream cost management is required to maintain the value and economic of the assets. Cost optimization and investment attractiveness, as well as compliance to low carbon operation, will drive growth. In our opinion, Pak, in terms of the strategy, we could still use current strategy, maybe but different, or I think more approach, for example, with contract type is shifting from lump sum to reimbursable. We need to apply unit cost control using indexation as one of the tools. And other example is about contracting strategy. Perform market assessment to avoid overestimating contractor capability and monitor the contract after contract signing to make sure that the contract executed based on term and scope that's agreed. In terms of market volatility, we need to strongly consider to go to the market, execute the tender process at the right time or maybe earlier, and share the risk to avoid price hike. Compliance is lower carbon policy requires technology that may increase the development cost as the CCS project is ramping up and costs remain a barrier for project deployment. Therefore, incentive, fiscal, and financial terms are emerging to accelerate the project. As SKK Migas encourage and invite all PSC contractors, services companies, and other stakeholders to jointly manage costs. We invite PSC contractors to discuss cost optimization initiative and the support required from government to implement those initiatives. Cost optimization is not only for us PSC, I think, but also needed by all of PSC contractors was actually need to improve the field and project economic through joint coordination such as the use of sharing facilities, joint contract, asset transfer, and utilization of surplus material, as Pak Eka Bayu mentioned before, Pak. So we expect the role of PSC contractor to be active is making innovation through technology, procurement strategy, and better technical and budget planning to get more competitive price with more predicted quantity and specification. And we expect PSC contractor to be active in creating a supply-demand balance of goods and services in the long run to maintain and to minimize issuing on equipment shortage and to formulate the long-term supply chains and upstream cost management strategies and spread the formula to the others so that upstream operation remain efficient in the long run. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Ibu. So I note a few things, among others, collaborations there, working together, of course, government and the PSC contractors. Also expect to create supply-demand balance. Thank you, Bu Dia. Pak Razali, how's your experience in Petronas, Pak, with regards to this?
Okay, thank you, Pak Amri. Allow me to share my insight, very much coming from the angle of Malaysia environment. Right, when you talk about cost management, I think our focus, Petronas, is very much of strengthening the foundation. Coming from three angles, one is talking about establishment of enterprise category management. Because we believe certain category require to be managed differently. It means certain category need to be managed not using the current traditional way. Instead, it require more collaborative approach. Yeah, both parties between Petronas and service provider, we need to understand pain point of each. From there, where actually we can meet the point where we can establish a longer relationship, business relationship, in which at the end of the day, it will actually give a win-win situation for both. Yeah, category like drilling rig, offshore installation barges, stern critical equipment, I think that really require a different approach altogether. We cannot use the traditional way of doing things. We must go more to collaborative approach. That's one. Second is making sure the readiness of the ecosystem. While we are Petronas committed for cost reduction as well as cost optimization, but I think there are few factors in terms of ecosystem that we want to make sure it must be ready. What are they? One is talking about our vendor themselves, our service provider. Petronas, we have about 4,700 vendors altogether registered with us. We have to make sure these 4,700 companies are ready in terms of the moving forward. They need to be informed. They need to be informed timely and clearly so that they can plan their business plan as well. Okay. Second is, I think practical policy is needed to support the industry with lower costs. This is require government intervention to make sure the policy that being imposed is actually practical enough and it's not something actually burden the industry. The third one, I think financial institutions also carry the vital role. They can actually apply whatever loan policy, they can use that to be part of encouraging people to active in the industry. And last but not least, the government, the supportive government agency. If you have the regulation, if you have a good contractors, if you have a good financial support, but if you do not have a good governance agency to support the ecosystem, we may not be able to develop that smoothly. Okay, that is number two. Number three is talking about probably for procurement, we need to have more alternative procurement solutions. Why I say this? Probably for some of you that involved in procurement, like it or not, I always put this analogy. SEM practitioner always become a forerunner from 4x4 running athletic. Because of what? When you are forerunner, people expect to run faster and they expect to win the race. It's always like that. So, like it or not, we have to accept that fact. but we need to have different formula for us to deliver faster. So there will be no longer one process fit all. Some category require different treatment altogether. So we need to have more product. It's not on one process, it could be many process. I just give you an example. Drilling rig, even vessel, PSV vessel, scarcity now. We have a scarcity, right? If you're using our traditional way, we're gonna miss. We always got, the last one always got the higher price and not so good one. So it's always like that. So this is where the focus of Petronas now, focusing on three. One is actually establishing enterprise category management, making sure the ecosystem is ready. Third one is actually to have alternative procurement solution. To drive, the consequence will be the cost reduction and optimization later. That's all, thank you.
I think you sum it well. I'm not going to summarize your summary, so I think it's great, Pak. Thank you for sharing Petronas experience. Now we have Pak Anto here from Pertamina, and from the user side, I would say. So, Pak, can you share a bit about your experience in Pertamina with regards to the subject, Pak? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Pak Amri. Well, Bu Budia from SKK Migas, the authority. So I believe that you've got a big homework from your side, because last time when Pak Kepala SKK Migas mentioned about more than 800 wells to be drilled this year and the years later, we this year Pertamina has to deliver around 800 wells. So that means that the majority of the wells is on our side. Thank you very much that I'm invited to this event, because I hope that it is a lot of service companies listening to this, this event. We in Pertamina, for the time being, this year will drill around 800 wells. And then the next coming years will be around 800 and a little bit more. For the time being, we are running with around 70 drilling rigs, which is huge. And also workover and well intervention rigs, where we have a fleet around 140, from Sabang to Merauke. So you can imagine very well what is the homework for Pertamina, Bu Budia. So now, speaking about managing mature field. Managing mature field is not easy. I remember what is mentioned by Ibu Menteri Keuangan. This room is dark, but you know that our future should not be dark, because we have to cope with this homework. So that means that mature field means that cost efficiency is a must. Cost efficiency is the homework not only in the operator, not only the authority, but also the homework of all of these service companies. We have to work together. And for the time being, I would say that in the near coming future, we have to communicate more properly, especially the context of mature field, where the cost efficiency is a must and has to be understood very well by the vendors. So I can give a good example. For materials, for example, we've made a little bit trial in the previous years that we educate. So one of the service companies, they provide materials, and then for the materials itself, the cost is, it's a little bit decreasing the trend of the materials provided by the other service company. So that means that it is a good sign that despite the difficulty of the local companies for providing the materials, but it is a good sign. There is a good sign that can be quite successful. And also another one is about what is called as integrated project management. Integrated project management, I know that it has already been around since 10 or 20 years ago, but for the time being, what I'm going to say is about the customized integrated project management. Because the context now is that when we are managing mature field, cost efficiency is a must. So that means that we have to focus on the engineering side. We cannot add more people. We cannot add more people, so our people, Pertamina people, we have to shift from the engineering execution to become engineering. So that means that for the execution, we have to rely on the service company to provide integrated project management. I think that's it. And for the time being, you know that it's difficult to say, but current context, operators and vendors supervised by the authority, Bu Dia, we must have the same understanding. We have to understand the context together. So business as usual is not valid anymore. We have to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. So, bolehlah clap hands for the first three speakers before I get to Pak Devon. But let me just repeat again a little bit. Budia talking about collaboration between the, I would say, the regulators, the government, which is under SKK Migas in Indonesia. How can we make it work? Pak Razali shares about quite a number of things that have been implemented at Petronas. Pak Razali is from Malaysia, so in the corporate side, seeing supply chain management from the integrated way. I think, Pak, you mentioned about ecosystem. And Pak Anto share about the, I think it's a similar one probably, but integrated project management in Pertamina. Looking at the volume, I think it's still quite big, 100 wells, and also 70 drilling rigs, and I think it's still there, the cake is still there. Although I'm sure, as we heard from the previous panel, Pak, the challenges, lots of mature fields, it's more difficult, and the volatility of the market, including the supply chain disruptions. So, Pak Devon, you have the broader view of everything. So, what is your take or opinion about this, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Amri. I think it's first of all, congratulations, Pak Anto. I think that's the momentous achievement for Pertamina. Listen, I think what we've heard today, a lot of good ideas and a lot of good initiatives actually have been implemented, and what we see globally as well is actually very aligned. And I think the common thread that we see, I think there's two parts. I would say in two parts. First is on the demand side, right? So how do we manage demand? And this becomes very important as well. Of course, the demand side is about, in the volatile market, is about looking at prioritization. How do we really prioritize demand and really thinking about what is what we call the demand that we cannot live without, and really looking at that categories, right? And how do we source that? And I think Pak Razali also touched earlier, for other categories, we also really need to relook again, right? Especially on what strategies, what multi-sourcing strategy that we can implement for the other categories. Now, for these categories, especially the ones that, the one that we cannot live without, this is the critical one that we really need to deep dive and take a look and really hone in, right? And for these categories, it is very critical also to introduce a dynamic demand planning to understand how for these little categories, the strategic categories, how this changes, and how us as a contractors can anticipate those changes going forward, given the market condition and so forth. So that focus, that prioritization is key on the demand side. And on the procurement side, of course, we've heard a very key part here, and I think this is also resounds in what the global players are doing, is about greater collaboration. And greater collaboration means here is how you treat your suppliers, your service provider, as more of a business partner in the long term. And a key example of this is actually how do we get the service providers to be involved earlier in the planning stage. And I think we heard in the earlier session from, I think, Scott, is that this involvement in the planning session gives certainty for the service providers in the long term, and will then be able to work together better with the contractors on how to then, achieve a common goal to develop that field. And of course, one of the key things also in the collaboration is sharing these pain points, how to mitigate together, and effectively later on, how do we then translate that into the contract, right? How do we then create a contract that is able to be more balanced in the risk sharing given the volatility of the market? Of course, looking at the current condition and looking at the future conditions as well, which is very key as well. And I think I would like to highlight this collaboration. Actually, Pak Razali, I read somewhere there's also there's a very key initiatives that Petronas actually led, which is what they call the Coral 2.0, where Petronas actually, with 25 other contractors, planned together on certain goods, procurement of certain goods, and how they can save the logistic costs because of that joint planning, that joint procurement. And I think this is something, what we heard earlier also from SKK Migas, establishing this joint platform for procurement. This could be something that drives that as well, right? I think one more thing in here, of course, the other one that is very key, the key trends that we see also on the procurement side is this use of technology, digital technology, right? Of course, one of the key words that we've heard today, and maybe Bapak Ibu you've also heard also, is AI, right? But different uses of AI from the service providers, but different use of AI from the contractor side as well. This is something that's becoming more and more prevalent that we see. Things using AI for market intelligence, using AI for predictive actions, helping make decisions going forward. So things like looking at past trends of change requests, for example, and using this as a basis for anticipating future change requests and putting that in the contract earlier, right? So that you have that better relationship with the suppliers and make, especially for the categories of good that is very, very critical, you are able to make sure that the supply runs smoothly as well, right? So things like this, more massive adoption, more prevalent adoption of digital, of AI would be something that I would say probably the next thing that needs to be taking a look at. Back to you, Pak Amri.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. So I'd like to dig a little bit more about these innovations. Ibu Dia mentioned about the, what do you call it, like unusual, or we heard from previous panels talking about non-traditional way, right, of business. So what do you think about that, Ibu Dia, from the regulatory point of view? Please, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Amri. Talking about upstream cost management, the ultimate goal is run upstream costs more be efficient and effective, I think, yeah. And that the value of economic of the asset can be maintained. Cost optimization has been a spirit of upstream operation since first PSC contract was signed in 1966 and has become routine effort from SKK Migas and all of contractor and PSC contractors so many years. In 2020, SKK Migas established a long-term strategic and broken down into some strategies program charter, and one of program charter called competitive and sustainable cost base that I call ICOS. Yeah. This program charter has led to be more robust and systematic in managing upstream costs. Among others, we develop an integrated database and reporting for work program and budget, develop cost estimation of several commodities based on market intelligence. That market intelligence is Pak Eka Bayu and team provide. Thank you, Pak Eka Bayu. And market price survey historical data and publication of upstream cost index. Yes, and the accuracy of cost estimation is major factor in defining the economic level of field development, I think, Pak. We are team up with PSC contractor to optimize their costs during planning and execution, both within individual PSC and collaboration among others. Core in functions such as technology, technical planning, operation, and supply chains are involved in optimization work, Pak. And at Pertamina Subholding, Pak Anto, thank you, Pak Anto. They initiated a cost optimization strategy called Optimus. Thank you, Pak. At Pertamina Mahakam, Pak Anto too. Yeah. It's called Cleopatra, ya Pak ya, and Locomotive 8. And at BP Tangguh, it's called Zero-Based Budgeting. And at JOB Pertamina Medco Tomori is called Robocop. Yeah. Thank you. Operators that run a higher cost company, to average unit cost, its region is also more attention from SKK Migas. Another initiative that we are developed is projecting long-term demand, Pak, as Pak Widi mentioned and Pak Eka Bayu mentioned before. Long-term bill of materials and services required to support the operation in the long run. Yes, an example of this long-term demand are long-term utilization plan for rig to assure the execution of drilling program that Pak Anto mentioned that Pertamina have more drilling rig and drilling program in 2024, and long-term demand for OCTG too, Pak. From this long-term demand, we generate long-term contract, long-term procurement. Hopefully, by the long-term supply chain strategy, the issue of material shortage that may obstruct the continuity of operation can be reduced a minimum level as possible. This long-term demand also creates strategy to develop national capacity, as we mentioned too, which further lead to the growth of supporting industry. Thank you, Pak.
Well, thank you, Ibu. So great elaborations. If I can ask a bit further, Bu. So it seems like we have quite a number of initiatives already being implemented, even in Indonesia, in the companies, as you mentioned, in Pertamina or in JOB Tomori or so. Bu, is there any challenges or is there any enhancement that you think can still be done to go even further, to have that impact?
Yeah. Thank you, Pak. Of course, there are challenges, Pak. I would like to address two main challenges. The first as integration between function, planning, operation, and supply chains, so that they have the same enthusiasm in terms of cost optimization. The jargon like we build today and leave it tomorrow is no longer appropriate. The second, in terms of synergy between operators, there is still great hope that support from top management because not all PSC contractors have the same enthusiasm. Yes, in collaboration. That is one. The reason of SKK Migas and PSC contractor during the third IOCGI in this place too, last year in 2023, made a collaborative agreement on managing upstream oil and gas with two of content to maximize collaboration among operators and with other stakeholders, and to be oriented to long-term demand plan to mitigate any disruption in oil and gas operation. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Well, give a hand to Ibu Dia. Please, thank you. So I think go back to collaborations, long-term plan. You mentioned about that. I'd like to go to Pak Razali now. Seems like there are similarity, Pak. You mentioned about, again, the win-win between maybe PSC and the contractor. So seems like the whole supply chain. You mentioned about the ecosystem in general. So what do you think that needs to be, or what opportunities to make it even enhanced compared to where you are today, Pak? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Amri. I think yesterday, Ibu Mulyani saying that she's going to spend about 15.5 billion US dollar to invest for oil and gas activities. I think that big amount of fund need to be managed accordingly. But what I'd like to share here actually in terms of to spend that, you need to have the whole system works well and ready. What happened now, I'm focusing more on security of supply. What more we can do? If looking at the current scenario that we have, our service provider become a bit choosy, or they are more selective in terms of participating in the bid. Because of what? Because they are more risk cautious. And being operator, normally we always pass the liability risk to the contractor. There's always our appetite, right? So there is a need for us actually to revisit the risk appetite. There must be some risk sharing that need to be done between operator and service provider so that they can manage their cost better. Similar to us, yeah? Liability, unlimited liability, 100% liability, transfer all the risk to contractor, probably that is something that we have to revisit again so that we can have a risk sharing where actually everybody clear what is their exposure and giving the right cost at the right market price. Yeah, that is one. Second is, if you look at post-COVID, most of our service provider, they are at financial distress. Yeah, some of them, they can't even actually taking job because they are actually at financial distress. So probably this is where the opportunity of operator to look into the commercial structure that we have. Should we actually put front loading of the cost so that they can use the money to roll and do the job, or lessen our financial commitment, asking them to provide being guarantee and so on? Is that required to be 10%, 5%? Actually, you reduce the percentage. Probably it's small to operator, but for vendor is something that they can appreciate and they can use that money to roll. The lesser they loan to the financial institution, the lower cost they can give to us. Okay. The third one, again, climate change and disruption of supply become more imminent now. If you look at around the world, there's a lot of climate change happen, disasters and here and on. So disruption of supply become more imminent. What I'm trying to say here is the opportunity for us, besides of establish a longer term contract and relationship, we can explore the opportunity where to some extent, having that longer relationship, they can invest by construct their plant here within the region so that we can make sure the security of supply. Yeah? And the fourth one, of course, inter-regional collaboration. I think that is another opportunity for cost saving, because nowadays I look like very much Malaysia doing their own business, Malaysia, Indonesia is doing their own business, Indonesia, Thailand and Vietnam for that matter. Probably there could be a breakthrough for this region to collaborate together. Let's say one drilling rig probably can actually having a long-term drilling sequence where everybody can enjoy, and we can have a longer-term contract and we get a lower price. That could be another opportunity that we can look at. Thank you, Pak Amri.
Well, thank you, Pak. Please bring your head together for Pak Razali. Thank you for sharing from Petronas. But just one quick one, Pak, if you can answer this short, Pak. Seems to me what you're sharing with us is, yes, collaboration, talk about the planning, like long-term planning, the win-win, as you mentioned earlier. One word that comes to my mind when you're discussing that is kind of like transparency between the parties. So you're discussing that even including the financial issues. So what do you think about that? Is that like how transparent, how should that relationship be managed, basically?
Well, transparency is very much according to the parties that involved in that contracting. Probably the transparency is that whatever the solution is actually a result of whatever negotiation between parties to make sure they are having that win-win situation. That win-win situation actually transparent across the party, not necessarily actually being exposed to others. Because everybody, I think, based on the nature, based on the category, based on the benefits, they're going to have a different package altogether. Okay. So transparency, yes, is important, but probably we have to accept the fact that transparency actually within the party where actually they involved of getting that benefits. That's the way to look at it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Now, let me go to Pak Anto. Pak Anto, lots of initiatives as mentioned again by Budia in Pertamina. You mentioned about your experience, Pak. Organization as big and as complex like Pertamina, I don't think you can do something and implement it across the organization if it's only a small group of people that engage. So what does it take to change the mindset, I would say? You come from the user side, so there is a procurement or SCM side, so there is this management, also the bigger organization. So how do you do that? How does Pertamina do that to engage the organization, Pak, to make sure this is a success?
Yeah, well, very good question, Pak, because you know that if we want to be successful implementing this, so that means that all the people, the actors, must buy in, right? So, well, based on my experience, when I was still in Mahakam, taken over by the Pertamina at that time, so we realized that if we do nothing, the life of Mahakam cannot be as long as what we expected. And then, by using this kind of information or context, if you want, we talked to all of people in Mahakam, started from the top level. I was at the time the EVP operations, one of the leaders in Mahakam. The big homework at first, when we tried, to start the cost efficiency, because as I said, that cost efficiency must, it's difficult. But after we explain the context to a lot of people, starting from the leaders, and then explain to the other people, and covering perhaps almost all, the homework is, the job is becoming easier. Everyone can move very, very quickly. So that means that based on that one, well, we managed to do it, Budia, Alhamdulillah. And then it was at that time called as Cleopatra, and then Locomotive 8 now is taken by Pertamina as Optimus. Now is further. We have to move further. So that means that Optimus should be fine-tuned. Now we need to speak, communicate more properly with the service providers. That's it, Pak. But first, of course, that we have to have organization. We have to talk with our people first, and then we have to talk with the vendors, with the service companies. Then once everyone is already fully in line with what we want, what we want together for sure, then I believe that can be quite easy. But of course, it's not as easy as what we are saying, yeah, but we need to work hard.
Thank you, Pak. Please clap your hands for Pak Anto. Thank you very much. So I guess when you say given the context, that stay in my mind as well. I think it's very, very good, Pak. Giving the context to the organization, are you using the similar approach with the supplier as well, contractors, in terms of engaging them to to work together in achieving this cost optimization?
Yes, Pak. Because that engaging people is human performance. We call it as human performance. This is the same approach as when we want to improve the HSE. Okay. We need to treat it by using individual approach. Of course, can be delegated to all people, but organization is, people in Pertamina is very big. SK Migas is the authority, Pertamina, and then the vendors, and also our neighbors. For sure that we can help to each other. But making people buy in the context, understand the context and buy in the concept, it is a homework, a big homework, but we believe that we can do it. But of course, we have to do the roadmap. Now it's under preparation, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. So last but not least, Pak Devan, lots of elaborations. I'd like to quote again what Pak Razali mentioned, what Ibu Menteri Keuangan, Bu Sri Mulyani mentioned earlier, right, in the conference as a keynote speaker, which is basically she invites the oil and gas, the upstream companies to come to the Ministry of Finance. She understands the fiscal terms, as mentioned by Budia, is very important to allow an economic development. So come, develop, produce more. It's kind of like the invitation. Although she also asked, like, to be what's it called, like responsible or something like that, right? Prudent or responsible, which is true. So don't want to put you in the corner. More of asking your opinions, right? Help. What do you think? What sort of help that we need to ask to Ibu Menteri or to the government, do you think, that can help this, this industry to move forward? Specifically when we say cost management, economics, so, based on these elaborations maybe, or something brilliant comes up. Please, Pak.
Well, that is a very good question, Pak Amri. I think one of the key things, right, the key incentives, and I'm sure that SK Migas would know this the best. I'm sure many incentives have been explored also, have been provided also, right, to bolster the upstream production, upstream investment in the country as well. I think one initiatives that is also needed is also maybe investments or initiatives or incentives to de-risk some of these the risk that is in the upstream part, right? But so maybe like exploratory risks and stuff like that. There could also be incentives to do that as well. Collaboration, harnessing collaboration and so forth, it's also good, and perhaps doing greater collaboration in terms of transfer of sharing of knowledge across the region, sharing of knowledge across the different contractors to solve a common problem and stuff like that. That is something also very key as well. And of course, I think Pak Razali touched upon this, one of the key problems that we're facing is also climate change, right? And this is going to be something that is all energy players will have to face as well. And how do we solve this together, especially in an industry such as upstream is going to be the next challenge as well. How do we, find solutions to become a greener upstream, but also how do we reskill the people as well, and how do we get incentives to then reskill these people if going forward to move into these greener industries and bring to the new opportunities. I think that's the couple of things that I would think of. I mean, in terms of the incentives, I'm sure the Ministry of Finance, SKK Migas, it's been discussed, and I think this is something that's been worked on, but I think additional push towards that could be helpful as well.
Well said, Pak. Thank you. Please bring your hands together for Pak Devan. Well, I think time is up, so I will summarize our conversation and apologize because of the short time. We cannot accept questions from the floor. Maybe you can address it to the committees later on, which will come to Budia anyway, or to Pak Eka Bayu after. So, three things that I'd like to summarize from this conversation. First one is collaboration. That's what I heard. Everybody is facing the same challenges. This volatile market, supply and demand, the disruptions that happen to the supply chains need to be addressed together. Cannot be the government or SKK Migas by herself, or the PSCs by ourselves, or just the contractors. It has to be a collaboration. So I think that's what's important. So collaborations. Number two, cost optimization is a must. It's not an option. So you heard the difficulties, the challenges. We need to deliver our business efficiently. So cost optimization is a must. There are a number of initiatives has been shared by the panelists. I think it's a good information for us to digest more and implement in our companies. Now, number three, business as usual is no longer fit. So we're talking about innovation here. So with this situation, with the current volatile market supply-demand situations, we as a company together in collaboration have to adapt. There is no other way. We just need to adapt, find a solution, as Pak Devan says also at the end. Well, sit, work together, and come to the government. Maybe we come up with good ideas together, maybe from this event. So I'd like to thank all these distinguished panelists. One more time, please clap hands to the panelists. And I'd like to thank you all for staying, listening to this. Hope this gives you some new thoughts. Thank you. I return this to the committees.
Thank you very much, Bapak Amri Sihaan, and all the respectable speakers. Thank you for sharing with us such an insightful discussion. And please remain on stage, ladies and gentlemen, to receive a token of appreciation.
And for that, we would like to kindly invite to come on stage the Head Division of Supply Chain Management SKK Migas, Bapak Eka Bayu Setak, to present the token of appreciation to all panelists and moderator.
All right, take your places in the middle of the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's capture the moment together once more for this last panel discussion of the day. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. Let's give another big round of applause for the last panel discussion of the day, understanding the current market view to facilitate supply and demand and accelerate upstream cost management and resilient supply chain.
We thank you very much, all panelists and moderator. You may return to your seats. Once again, thank you very much for a very insightful session in our panel discussion, which will be the last panel discussion for the day.
And ladies and gentlemen, yesterday in the opening of the 4th International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2023, we introduced to you a groundbreaking development of the IOG e-commerce. This innovative e-commerce-based digital platform promises to revolutionize our industry.
And once again, to remind us, let's see the new world of IOG e-commerce by watching the following video.
IOG e-commerce, digital marketplace for Indonesian oil and gas industry.
Platform digital IOG e-commerce ini merupakan salah satu inovasi yang dilakukan oleh Satuan Kerja Khusus Pelaksana Kegiatan Usaha Hulu Minyak dan Gas Bumi atau SKK Migas. Mari kita mulai dengan mengunjungi situs e-katalog untuk vendor melalui link berikut. Jika Anda sebagai vendor, Anda dapat klik tombol masuk vendor, maka Anda akan diarahkan pada halaman vendor. Berikut merupakan tahapan pendaftaran akun hingga loginnya. Jika belum mempunyai akun CIVD, klik di sini yang warna merah. Namun jika sudah mempunyai akun CIVD, vendor cukup mendaftar melalui klik di sini yang di atasnya. Kemudian vendor cukup mengisikan SPDA ID yang sesuai dengan akun CIVD, lalu NPWP yang sesuai dengan akun CIVD, lalu email dan password. Kemudian, vendor wajib mengupload dokumen NDA yang sudah ditandatangani dan klik Validate with CIVD untuk melanjutkan ke login. Pada halaman login, masukkan email dan password sesuai yang didaftarkan. Step selanjutnya adalah saatnya mengunggah produk Anda. Terdapat 3 opsi untuk menambahkan produk, yaitu pada menu Product Add. Lalu bisa juga melalui menu Build Product untuk mengunggah produk secara massal, di mana vendor dapat mendownload template dan mengisikan kolom template-nya, lalu mengupload file Excel yang sudah terisi, dan klik Submit. Atau dapat juga melalui tombol Add New pada menu produk. Dari halaman ini, vendor dapat melihat order berdasarkan purchase order, K3S company, tanggal order, dan status order. Lalu, vendor dapat melihat detail transaction note berupa purchase number order, status order, itulah panduan penggunaan IOG e-commerce untuk vendor. Semoga video ini dapat membantu Anda memahami cara menggunakan platform ini secara efisien. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Let's give a big round of applause for IOG e-commerce.
The new world of IOG e-commerce, this innovative e-commerce-based digital platform which will revolutionize our industry. Now, esteemed guests, following the launching of IOG e-commerce, we would like to express our appreciation to PT Ketahanan Energi Indonesia and Institut Teknologi 10 November for their contribution in developing the e-commerce-based digital market platform for the procurement, goods, and services in the Indonesian upstream oil and gas PSCS IOG e-commerce.
And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite the representative of Ketahanan Energi Indonesia Limited and representative of Institut Teknologi 10 November to join us on stage to receive a token of appreciation for their great contribution in the development of the IOG e-commerce.
And to present the mementos, we would like to invite the Head Division of Supply Chain Management SKK Migas, Bapak Eka Bayuseta. Once again, we would like to kindly invite representative of Ketahanan Energi Indonesia and also representative of Institut Teknologi 10 November. This is a form of appreciation to PT Ketahanan Energi Indonesia and Institut Teknologi 10 November for their contribution in developing the IOG e-commerce.
Let's capture this moment together, gentlemen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for PT Ketahanan Energi Indonesia Limited and Institut Teknologi 10 November for their great contribution in the development of the IOG e-commerce. Give your best smile to the camera, gentlemen. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, and we thank once again PT Ketahanan Energi Indonesia and Institut Teknologi 10 November for their involvement in developing the e-commerce-based digital market platform, IOG e-commerce. Thank you very much, Pak Bayu, for joining us as well. Distinguished guests, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, ladies and gentlemen, this moment of appreciation also concludes today's agenda on our second day of our convention.
That's right, Tim. And we're very lucky to have such thoughtful discussions and intriguing insights today. And for that, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all our speakers, panelists, and moderators who have shared their expertise and perspective with us. Thank you very much.
And of course, to every one of you who have taken part in the second day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023, thank you very much for your presence here on our second day.
And of course, we would also extend our sincere thank you to each of our sponsors. Our first sponsor, the diamond sponsors, PT Pupuk Indonesia and PT Pertamina Gas Negara.
Our sapphire sponsors, Kuwait Foreign Petroleum Exploration Company, Kufpek Indonesia, Anambas BV, and also Husky Sinok Madura Limited.
Our platinum plus sponsor, Sinok Limited.
Our platinum sponsors, Aman Mineral International, Bank BRI, Bank BNI, Bank Mandiri, Gas Supply PT Limited, PT Prima Energi, PT Silo Maritime Perdana Tbk, Semcorp Utilities Pte Limited, SKINS Co Limited.
And our Gold Plus sponsor, Asuransi Jasa Indonesia Jasindo, and also our Gold sponsors, Primaya Hospital, PT Famon Awal Brosedaya, PT OSCT Indonesia, PT Kila Pertamina International, PT Surya Esa Perkasa Tbk.
And our silver sponsors, Asuransi Sentral Asia, Asuransi Tugu Pratama, PT Pertamina Patraniaga, Mubadala Energy, Penta Global Kontraktor, Pertamina Gas, Pertagas, PT Adiarta Swabuana.
And also still on our silver sponsors, PT Bayu Buana Gemilang, PT Energasindo Heksakarya, PT Imeco Intersarana, PT Luas Birus Utama, PT National Energy Solutions, PT Asuransi Kredit Indonesia, PT Diamond Gas Management Indonesia, and PT Kaltim Parna Industri.
Thank you to our bronze sponsors, Multicolor Indonesia, Halliburton Indonesia, Kaltim Methanol Industry, Petrogas Jatim Utama, PT Asinergi Resources, PT Asuransi Astra Buana, PT Asuransi Jasa Raharja Putra, PT Bintang Subsea Indonesia.
Also, PT Donggi Senoro LNG, PT Hanochem Tiaka Samudra, dan PT Baruna Raya Logistics, PT Iconic Multidimensi, PT Inti Alasindo Energi, PT Kota Minyak Internusa, PT Matthews Daniel International Adjuster Indonesia, PT McLaren's Indonesia, and PT Meindo Alang Indah.
Also PT Pertagas Niaga, PT Radian Utama Interinsko Tbk, PT Samudra Energi Tangguh, PT Seascape Surveys Indonesia, Asuransi Wahana Tata, Berkah Buana Energy, BRI Asuransi, Saga Trade Murni, Surya Mandala Sakti, Synergy Risk Management, and Zikrullah and Partner Law Firm.
And once again, thank you so much to all our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow the 4th ICIOG 2023 will start at 8:30 6:30 a.m. And please be on time as it will be an exciting final day with the prestigious SKK Migas Awards 2023. And to entertain you, there will be a performance by the Indonesian diva Chris Dayanti.
I'm Timothy Marbun, and also along with my partner Dazen Vrila, we will see you tomorrow on the third and final day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023, Advancing Energy Security through Sustainable Oil and Gas Exploration and Development.
See you tomorrow, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the night.